I've got 7:02. We'll go ahead and start the February 3rd, 2021 Inland Wetlands Commission meeting. First item on the agenda is City of New Britain Water Department, Batterson Park Road and Hamilton Way to 2 Mile Road.
Okay, I believe we have Sebi Amenta on the phone to run through the scope of the project for us.
Great. Yes. Hopefully everybody can hear me. Yeah, this is an extension of New Britain's water main within their service area in Farmington. As the commission may recall, we were before you, I think, in September last year for the borings for this project. It's approximately 2,300 feet long from Hamilton Way to 2 Mile Road. And then there are a couple extensions for future service into Berkshire and the other side streets, Wildwood. The project includes a couple hydrants and it's a 12-inch main, and it will improve fire flow in the area and also improve water quality because the other end of Batterson Park Road is served from Finneman Road. And so, and it ties into 2 Mile and it loops around, I think, South Road. So this will be a betterment. It also will allow local residents to tie in. All of the work is within the paved roadway. There's no work outside of the roadway within any, so everything is planned to be within the roadway. There are 2 stockpile areas, one to the east and one to the west within paved areas, so they can store bedding material or process gravel for roadway base. The way we've set up the plans and the specifications is they're allowed to only open 50 feet at a time, and then, you know, go on, close it in accordance with DPW standards, and then move on to the next section. As far as erosion control, all the catch basins will have a silt sock to prevent any migration of sediment that may occur. The stockpile areas have either a silt sock or hay bales. Sometimes hay bales work better in certain instances. And the contractor is required to, you know, clean up every day and follow all of the erosion control requirements. And there will be an inspector there to observe and monitor the contractor. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Well, seeing as how the 2 people typically in front of you, Dave, are gone, you're up tonight.
A quick start. I guess I really don't have any questions. I think the 4 items to consider that are included by the staff in the elegant memo, that those are good, and I have no further questions.
Okay, Robert?
A pretty straightforward plan, no comments or questions.
Thank you. Mark?
No questions.
Thank you. Ned?
Ned, mute or unmute, as the case may be.
Yeah, I like the fact that they're limiting the amount of work that can be done at one time so that the material storage and stuff doesn't get too far out of hand. And so it looks like it's project's well laid out. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Jay?
I don't have any questions either, thanks.
I actually don't have any either. Now, just out of curiosity, did Rich, Emily, or Guy show up since we started?
Yeah.
Shannon?
No, we're not seeing them.
Okay. All right. So I guess the first thing we probably need to do is get a motion to accept the application.
So move, Statchen.
Second, Mark.
Any other comments, questions? I don't think anybody's going to have any based on what I heard earlier. So those in favor of accepting the application, say aye.
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 Do you feel as though a site walk is needed on this? Dave,
No, not really.
Robert,
No, not needed.
Mark,
No need.
Ned,
No, with everything in the roadway, I don't think there's a need for one.
Jay?
No.
I do not feel as though one is needed either. And I guess the last thing is determine significance. I mean, I'll chime in on this one. I do not feel as though this is a significant activity. But Dave,
I would second that.
Robert,
I concur.
Mark,
Me too.
Ned,
Sure.
Jay?
I agree.
Okay, so Shannon, we're okay with this one, right? Until the next meeting, because we can't make a decision tonight, correct?
Right,
Okay,
okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, consideration of the request for intervenor status for application related to 402 Farmington Avenue LLC is submitted on January 6, 2021 by Richard Fitchman. My understanding is that if we approve this, it's basically granting a standing as an intervenor. That is really all we are doing at this point in time, and it's a way for them to deal with the environmental issues that they raised as it relates to the Wetlands Commission and possibly Conservation Commission. Is that about right, Shannon?
Right.
Before we do anything, just I guess I'll go around and ask everybody if they've got any questions on it or what the feeling is. So Dave? You're muted.
Sorry, I don't have any questions. Looks, the town attorney says they meet the requirements. I guess that's enough for me.
Okay. Robert?
Yeah, I thought the intervention position, particularly sections 3A through 3D, met the standard required for intervention.
Okay, thank you. Mark?
I have no issues being represented.
Okay, Ned?
I'm okay with it.
Jay?
I'm okay with it too.
I am all right with it also. So would somebody care to make a motion to grant them intervenor
So
status?
moved by Robert.
Mr.
So
Fitchman,
moved.
intervenor status?
So moved.
Second by,
Okay. We all had a favorable opinion on it, so I'm just gonna say those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstaining? No. Okay, next item on the agenda is consider the request for intervenor status for application related to 402 Farmington Avenue LLC as submitted on February 1st, 2021, and I do not know how to pronounce the last name.
Jim? It's close.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Zaytun like music, gin
Okay.
like gin.
okay. Zaytujen?
Yes,
Okay.
perfect.
All
Thank
right. So again, we'll go around. This is, if we approve it, it's to grant standing as an intervenor. So Dave, any comments?
Nope.
Okay, Robert?
I thought the petition, in particularly paragraphs 6A through 6E, met the standard for intervention.
Okay, Mark?
I believe they should be able to intervene.
Okay, Ned?
I agree with it.
Jay?
I agree too.
And I agree as well. So can I get a motion to grant intervenor status for this?
Motion made by Statchen.
Is there a second?
Second,
Okay. Seeing as how everybody had the same attitude going into this one, those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, abstaining. And so that's approved, which now gets us into the reopening of the public hearing for 402 Farmington Avenue LLC. No, based on what I have for an agenda, the intervener Fitchman presentation limited to allegations enumerated in the petition. There's an issue I think that came up where, if I'm not mistaken, there was some new material submitted a day or two ago. I don't know about other commission members, but I have not had a chance to look at it. So, I mean, it's a little problematic from my perspective, because I know originally we had talked about, I believe, responses from Dr. Clemens and Mr. Logan were supposed to come in on or before the 22nd of January, which I believe they complied with. And the applicant was supposed to respond on or before January 29th, which they did. And my understanding is there's new material presented, and some of it may be brand new that we haven't seen. I don't know if it's related to pictures or what. And my understanding is that Attorney Hollister may have a situation with this. So I will ask the attorney if he has any comments about this latest material that was submitted, and then we'll go on to deal with the start of the intervener, Mr. Fitchman, and his presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you. This is Attorney Tim Hollister representing the applicant. Yes, Mr. Chairman, the agreement and the sequence and timing is exactly as you recounted it. There was an agreement on the record on January 6th that the interveners would submit their presentation by January 22nd, which they did. The applicant would respond by January 29 in writing, which we did. Yesterday afternoon at 4:30, we got 24 slides from the intervener. They didn't ask permission. They didn't tell us what was coming. Several of the slides are new material, and you know, I suspect there will be new commentary based on the new slides, and I have to do it, just doing my job, and object to that because it violates the agreement, and it springs new material on the applicant, the public, and the staff. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
I can hear you.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I was just waiting for my opportunity. This is Keith Ainsworth on behalf of the Fitchmans. I just wanted to comment on that narrow issue. One, the 24 slides, almost all of them were taken from either the applicant's materials or the reports that were submitted on the 22nd from Mr. Logan's and Mr. Clemens' report. And a few of them were taken from GIS, publicly available GIS data from the town's materials. And some material was also taken from the biodiversity report, which is part of the record. The information is in response to the applicant's comments and fleshes out issues that are already engaged as a result of both the application, the intervener's comments, and the reply to them. It's our feeling that these are not so wholly new. First of all, only a few of the slides are outside of that described area. Like I said, some of them are from the town GIS materials, but the vast majority of them are from the reports. They're basically, we were invited to submit our slide deck in order to make the presentation more understandable. And I think you will find that it is merely visual aids to assist the commission in having a full record and having an understandable record upon which to make a decision.
I mean, just so everybody knows kind of where I'm coming from, because of conditions beyond my control, we will need to keep the wetlands portion of this hearing open, so that from that perspective, people will have a chance to take a look at them. But I really don't like this as sort of a, I don't want to say a common practice, but we're getting a lot of things in sort of the day before or the day of a meeting, and it's not easy for people to access that information. So I will put that on the record. But again, because we do have to continue the wetlands portion of this hearing, I think we'll go ahead and we'll let it go at this point in time, because people will have a chance to respond, maybe not tonight. Because as I said earlier, I have not had a chance to look at any of it. So whatever is shown tonight, it's going to be the first time I'm seeing it. And I may have questions, I may not have questions. But again, I'm not that thrilled, because this has been 3 situations that have occurred with this application where everything has come in pretty much at the last minute. So, but with that, go ahead and let Mr. Fitchman do his presentations, or I'm assuming that it's going to be more Mr. Logan and Dr. Clemens that would be doing the presentation.
That is correct. Dr. Fitchman might have public comment to make during the public comment period. So if I may proceed.
May.
Thank you, sir. As you know, the intervener is Dr. Fitchman, who resides on Prattling Pond Road. Mrs. Fitchman is a direct abutter to the property, and they're concerned with the natural resources impacts. The intervention raises impacts to the vernal pools. There were reports submitted in support of the intervention on the 22nd by Mr. Logan and Mr. Clemens, who are both here present this evening. And rather than introduce them to any greater degree, their materials are in, and you will see in the slide deck, I think you will see that these photographs are familiar if you've reviewed the reports, because they come from the reports largely, or are materials from the town documents. But with that, I'd like to start with George Logan, who is a soil scientist and who has reviewed the materials and has some comments regarding his conclusions. George, are you present?
I am certainly present. Can everyone hear me?
I can.
Great, great. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Shannon. I was going to say, please get the first. So this is George Logan, REMA Ecological Services. As you probably know, we've been asked to conduct a review of the application materials, and we produced a report. We put it in by January 22nd, in which we discussed a variety of issues. These were related both to conservation matters and also to inland wetland watercourse matters. But tonight I will focus primarily on the inland wetland and watercourse matters, but I would encourage the commission to also look at the conservation matters that are addressed in our report. So based on our review of the applicant's submitted materials and the testimony by the applicant's consulting team, including my colleague, it is my professional opinion that there will be significant adverse physical impacts that will result from the development proposal, as I will try to explain. Now, from a conservation and natural resources perspective, which include, of course, wetlands and watercourses, what is strikingly lacking, in my opinion, in the application is a thorough inventory and description of these resources. And this is particularly in view of the fact that these resources are influenced by trap rock geology, known throughout the state for fostering high biodiversity, as Dr. Clemens will probably also explain, and a high incidence of rare, uncommon, and Connecticut listed species. Those are endangered, threatened, special concern of both flora and fauna. Now, another gap in rudimentary data that is that of the wetland delineation for the offsite wetland that's at the bottom of the hill. Now, you can see that from the slide, and I'll explain what I did. This is the wetland that is in literally the crosshairs of development-related impacts. The wetland is on land. It's owned by the state of Connecticut. And I believe as such, it's open to viewing unless there's no trespassing signs. And in this particular case, what's lacking is a soils-based delineation of the wetland resource. On the applicant's plans, there's a line that's labeled wet edge and is depicted, as I said, in the plans. And I believe this is crude, to say the least, and it does not accurately depict the resource, whose true edge is really undulating, somewhat similar to what you see there in that photo. And I believe that without a proper delineation, the commission cannot know the true magnitude of the activities that are within their 150-foot wide upland review area. So that's one issue. So we investigated the site, and this is where this little line came from, meaning the offsite wetland, on January 9th, 2021. And I hung a few widely spaced unnumbered wetland boundary flags, a typical pink and blue that I do, along a distance that's probably in excess of 600 feet from roughly Quarry Road all the way to the far end of the property. And this is at the toe of the slope. And what we discovered is that there is a seasonal hillside seepage wetland in that location. Its western edge in areas is about 10 or 15 feet wide on average, and that climbs up the slope a little bit. And the balance is on a gentle slope on a shelf that went out for another, say, 20, 25, maybe 30 feet in a couple places, to where then it drops steeply, almost vertically, to by at least 2 feet or so, to a ditched watercourse that's associated with the overall wetland system in this area, and which flows northerly. So what does this mean? Well, it means that the hydrology of this roughly, what am I saying there, 0.56 acres plus or minus slope wetland is not really dependent on the larger watershed of the overall wetlands that extends, of course, to the south, but rather on shallow groundwater and surface flows that emanate from the hillside to the west, where the proposed development obviously would be situated. Shannon, if you could skip over the next slide and go to the photos. So as you see from the photos attached to the report, we have a forested component, and you can't really see that. I can barely see it, but you can see a flag right there. And basically what I did is I went all along and took a few pictures that are part of the report. Here I'm facing southeasterly. Well, you can go to the next one, that's fine. Here's the shelf. So the slope portion of the wetland is to the left of this picture. And this is the maintained area. So you have a forested component, then you have a shrub edge, more or less, and then you have this maintained wet meadow within the power line corridor. You can see the overlying lines there. And at the time of the site visit, go to the next slide, if you would. So here's another view further in this. I'm calling this the central section. So this is as I'm moving along. Obviously, there's some trees that have been cut. You can go to the next one. Here's looking back. You can see again the shelf, and here there's not much of a slope wetland. It's closer to the edge of the slope. You go to the next one. Here's a lot more. This is in the northern section of this wetland that I'm calling the seepage slope wetland, and I'm probably standing at the edge of the clear cut, if you will, and going out looking in a northwesterly direction. And then, you can go to the next one. And there's another picture a little further up looking the other way. I think I might have got that direction wrong, but anyhow. So one of the things that I noticed when I was out there in January 9th is that the wetland was either very moist or saturated at the surface. And there had not been any precipitation to speak of for at least 5 days. I looked at the Bradley information That's the closest one that's reliable. And there was a precipitation event of less than a half inch or so that was recorded between January 1st and January 2nd. And since that time, nothing to really speak of. And I think what that does, it bespeaks of the origin of the hydrology of the wetland. This is a matter to which I will return again. But I mentioned this here because the applicant's experts would claim that the trench for the gas line conduit that's located uphill to the west is diverting groundwater from this wetland already. And this is clearly not the case based on our observations. Shannon, if you go to the slide that we skipped. Whoop, one down, thank you. Thank you. So furthermore, we walked the perimeter of the subject site. We gained access from several properties situated around us as the neighbors invited us to do so. And we noted to what looked to our eyes is a wet area within a slight topographical depression at the upper western section of the site, as you can see there. Again, it's just a representation of what we saw. And this is below some moderately steep slopes, and just above that to the west, there's some bedrock outcrops. And the other thing we saw is sort of a, I guess you'd call it a wash area below it, where surface water concentrates and then moves downhill. And you can almost see from the topography, there's a couple of little nicks there that would indicate that there's a channel there. So I think this area is worthy of inspection to ensure that this is not a missed wetland. It wouldn't be unusual to find little wetlands that kind of emanate where the groundwater surface comes closer to the ground at the, at the edge of the toe of a steep slope or steeper slope. And obviously I would welcome a joint look at this with the applicant soil scientists, but if that would not be granted, we would at a minimum recommend 2 or 3 detailed soil boring logs so we can make sure that this is not a wetland. If it is, then it's regulated. Now, as you're well aware, and we can go to the first slide again. Thank you. As you're well aware, there are several categories of what we call physical impacts to wetlands and watercourses that you folks as inland wetland commissioners would consider. There are direct physical impacts, such as filling or excavation of a wetland or direct disturbance of a watercourse. But also there are physical impacts, such as impacts to water quality of a regulated resource, a wetland or a stream, but also to water quantity or impacts to the existing hydrology or the flow patterns of a wetland or watercourse. And it's to this later category that I want to speak to next. And so, Shannon, if you go to my last slide, which is the only slide that was not part of my original presentation or report, but it's taken directly out of the applicant's materials from their drainage report. And I spoke to it in my report, but here's an illustration to kind of help you understand what I said in my report. So under existing conditions, and according again to this exhibit from the applicant's drainage report, roughly 51.7 acres, and don't, plus or minus, I just kind of did a little thing around it, drain towards the slope wetland we've all been talking about at the bottom of the hill, and that is that 0.56 or plus or minus acres of wetlands that I'm calling the slope wetland that I previously identified and which was not delineated. And so what you see here is that what is happening is, I guess the color is the yellow-green color is the development, and the aquamarine blue is the watershed that's left, that's not diverted, if you will. And that's about 0.72 acres, or it represents a reduction of 98.6% of watershed to that wetland edge. And that's, I think, quite significant. I think everyone would agree that. Now, so what the applicant is doing in their plan is diverting the roughly 15 acres of the watershed's acreage, which is the development portion, to the to 2 interconnected detention basins, which you can barely see there, but those are, I believe they're labeled 210 and 220. And the balance of the watershed, which is that lighter green, or roughly 36 acres, is being diverted around the development envelope. They don't want to deal with that water within their development, which kind of makes sense from one perspective, from a water quality perspective. So they diverted to the north and to the south, and that's to two distinct pipe discharges. And that's the problem. So in my professional opinion, this will dewater the slope wetland, and this is a physical impact, which not only derives from this wetland, which derives its hydrology from surface flows within its watershed, but also by seasonal shallow groundwater flow. So that's a big impact in my mind. Now, the applicant will have you think that the hydrology of this wetland will be replenished. And I think that's something that they said in the responses through infiltration that will take place in these two proposed detention basins. So I think that warrants a closer look. So the applicant has explored the soils. You've probably seen that exhibit at the location of the detention basins. There are 4 pits there. I think they're TP1 through TP4. And yeah, there's valuable information, especially in the depth of bedrock or regolith, or the broken up bedrock. So if you look at the northern basin in there, which is labeled 210, we see that bedrock or hard regolith, which is where refusal was hit, was encountered between 5 and 8 feet below the surface. So based on the basin bottom, which I believe is proposed at elevation 368, plus the depth of the topsoil, say another 10, 12 inches, this will necessitate 4 to 6 feet on average of bedrock excavation, which might include blasting. Now, if you go to the southern basin, that's the one that's labeled 220, and it's in line. So the first one the water goes to, and then it flows from 210 to 220. Based on the test pits, the bedrock is encountered in the pits there between 2.5 feet and 7 feet. There's 2 points, so you kind of have to average a little bit. Again, the basin bottom there is at 361. And so that will require plus or minus 3 to 5 feet of on average of excavation into the bedrock. But then here's another little kicker. You have to consider that a gravel trench is being proposed at each basin. And this is in an effort to drain it. Unfortunately, those trenches will also be keyed into the bedrock, which then also requires an additional up to 3 feet of rock excavation and or blasting. The applicant, of course, will note that when the soil pits were developed, that there were no signs of redoxamorphic features in the soil, such as mottling or groundwater at any of the pits. So what does that prove? Well, the groundwater is not typically expressed in these soils since there are no models, and that no groundwater was encountered at the time of the pit development. So that's what this tells us. This is just a point in time and does not consider what happens here on an annual basis, especially within the bedrock and the upper portions of the bedrock. So it does not prove that the water does not move through the upper fracture zone of the bedrock towards the slope wetland that's below. All right. The other thing the applicant would also tell you is that the 2 basins will act as infiltration basins because they sit above the elevation of the wetland, which is below. And that's a true statement. And that the slope wetland hydrology will thus be secure and be maintained at the same levels under existing conditions, as under existing conditions. Well, in my mind, there are at least 3 reasons why this will not be the case, however. And that the slope wetland, in my professional opinion, will be dewatered. Number 1, it is unclear how the blasted or disturbed bedrock for the basin of development will act in allowing infiltration. So you're going to be disturbing the bedrock. There's going to be all kinds of machinery and excavation and things that are going to be happening there. How's that going to affect the interface between the bottom of the basin and the bedrock? So that's number 1. 2, in no likelihood, any bedrock fissures or fracturing, which could convey water, will soon be clogged as the basin matures, as vegetation grows and decays, putting down organic matter, or would have already been clogged by the fines that would have been settled within this, the southern of the 2 basins, which will be used as a sedimentation basin. By the way, they're calling it a sedimentation trap, but under this scenario, the proper terminology would be a sedimentation basin. They need a sedimentation basin, not a sediment trap. So I will return to this issue. So it's my opinion that it will be impossible to replicate what took hundreds, if not thousands of years to produce. And number three, because of the gravel trenches that are being proposed, even if they did work, and I will give a chance of working over the long run to less than 15%. The water in the basin after a storm will seek the path of least resistance. So where would it go? Go right to the gravel trenches. And by the way, each one of them is about 40 feet long. So even if the infiltration trenches would work at all, and the infiltrated water was able to get to the wetland in the same way that it does under existing conditions, which is highly unlikely, not more than 80 feet of the 630 feet of wetland edge would receive some water. Because remember, each trench is 40 feet long. And this is even if we could say that the trenches would work, which is highly unlikely. And in all likelihood, because of the excavation into the bedrock for basin development, the existing pathways of shallow groundwater flow to the wetland edge would have been completely destroyed. And any water that did manage to infiltrate would reach the overall wetland below to the east and not the slope wetland above, thus bypassing it. Now, regarding my previous statement that fines would clog the southern detention basin, this comes from the fact that the dominant soils that are going to be disturbed are the Weathersfield soils, and that's according to both the USDA and RCS Web Soil Survey, and also attested to by the soil scientist in their report. These are the Weathersfield soils, and they're mapped as units 87 or 89. I think 89 is the dominant one. And these are at least moderately erodible and contain a high fraction of fines. In fact, the sill fraction of these series, and this is the 89 series, and looking at 0 to 40 inches, in some places they have less than that, is 41%. 41% is the sill fraction, and the clay fraction is about 40%. 50% of the soils here is fine. Now, if you know anything about the USDA and RCS classification, silt particles are very, very small. They're 2 to 50 microns in size. And of course, clay are even less than 2 microns in size. The majority of these particles, if suspended, will pass through silt fence and hay bales completely unfettered, and even the combination of the two. And that's a fact. And unfortunately, I have an unfortunate situation right now that I'm dealing with right now in Manchester. Same soils, Weathersfield soils, in a steep, less steep slope than this one. And you can go and find it on the website. There was a meeting on Monday on that. Was it last night? Monday. And this fine fraction escaped all the sedimentation controls, escaped the sedimentation basin, and it has discharged downhill into a stream and a pond that's more than half a mile downstream. So this is a concern. And so as you can tell, I'm kind of concerned that due to the moderately steep slopes that we have here within the development envelope, the magnitude of excavation and soil disturbance, there's no phasing, it's all going to happen at once. The fines associated with these soils, as I just told you, and the water course at the site that's just at the edge of it, that there's a high risk of erosion and sedimentation from this proposal, and that would also be a physical impact. However, as you can tell, I'm equally, if not more concerned, and even completely convinced that the slope wetland will be dewatered for the reasons that I've elaborated to this point. Now, another point that I would like to make, and also it made in the report, I'm not going to spend too much time on it, is that the quality of the water that currently reaches the slope wetland would be just about impossible to replicate. As shallow groundwater flow passes through areas that are dominated by trap rock geology, what it does, it picks up minerals in solution, which then influences the unique biodiversity of wetland flora and fauna. But if you cannot get the quantity of water to the wetland, you will also not get the quality that it currently enjoys. So, in conclusion, as my report says, it's my professional opinion that as proposed, the development will result in significant and adverse physical impacts of the regulated resources. In fact, I find that there's a reasonable likelihood of unreasonable pollution, impairment, and destruction of the natural resources that's in the purview of this commission as the Wetlands Commission, and that is the wetlands and the watercourses. Again, thank you for allowing me to take this time to express my concerns and opinions regarding this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Logan. Chairman Hanna, if I may proceed. And I would like to make one note at this point that I believe both the comments of Mr. Logan and Mr. Clemens are also in support of the Zetunjian's intervention as well. I believe if you look at their intervention, they incorporate by reference and join the intervention. But I'd like to introduce Dr. Michael Clemens, who is a herpetologist and who has also studied the site. Dr. Clemens, are you
That's fine.
present?
Go ahead, Dr. Clemens.
Good evening. My name is Michael Clemens. I got a couple of questions maybe you could ask first. Is this a combined hearing for conservation and wetlands, or will there be a separate conservation?
No, this is a public hearing for wetlands, not conservation.
So we don't talk about conservation issues.
Correct.
Okay. That hearing is going to follow this one, Mr. Hammond?
There is not a scheduled public hearing for the Conservation Commission.
Then I guess I'll put everything into this hearing, even though some of it is maybe more appropriate to conservation. This is the town's GIS map, just to show you where wetlands are and where the site is. The blue arrow directs you to that. Next slide, please. Now, the report from Mr. Hollister's consultants that I received on the 29th, one of the issues was the ribbon snake. They were questioning the ribbon snake, whether it was there or not, etc. So here you see the natural diversity database form for the ribbon snake. Next slide, please. There's more information. I also direct your attention to the present under habitat site description, also of spotted salamanders and spring peepers, in addition to wood frogs. Continue, please. This is the map, it shows where it is. Continue, please. And here is the snake in hand. These are all the submissions to the natural diversity database. The next slide, and I apologize for its quality, is from the galleys of my forthcoming book on conservation of Connecticut amphibians and reptiles, which is being published by the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. I think what's important to note, you go up there, you can see it, the town of Farmington, this ribbon snake not only is the only site known for this species in Farmington, but you look at the overall pattern in the central part of the state, that this is one of the areas that has experienced, since my book in 1993, indicated by red dots, that the ribbon snake has really plummeted in this portion of the state. Trap Rock Ridge is clearly shown in yellow. What's hard to discern is the historic records, which are green, and the current that are blue. But presently, clusters of ribbon snakes are found basically in East Granby, associated with Hatchet Hill, with the Hanging Hills in Meriden and this site in Farmington. So this is really something quite noteworthy. You'll notice the remaining ribbon snakes in the
Snakes we
state.
have in the back climbing into the house.
The remaining
Yeah, all set. Sorry, I apologize for the interruption.
Yeah, if people aren't participating right now, can they please mute their phone or their computer? Go ahead, Dr. Clemens.
I believe he was muted.
Yeah.
No,
What? I don't know how that happened.
no, you're all set.
I don't know where I was on this. I was explaining the distribution of the ribbon snake. Was that all caught?
Correct.
Yes, thank you, Shannon. So I think the important thing is to look at the east and western part of the state, which is more fertile, a lot of ribbon snakes. Central part of the state, they're scarce, rare, and you are in Farmington at one site, and it's right on the subject. I did mention that one of the things I did read, the rebuttal by Ms. Raymond in the large document submitted by Attorney Hollister, which arrived on Friday, that one of the things that was not done was it was not minnow trapping. Had there been minnow trapping done in those vernal pools, the spotted salamanders likely would have been detected. Next slide, please. Let's just take a look at the general landscape. The site again at the base of the Red Trap Rock Bridge. This is from the Farmington Valley Biodiversity Project. Next slide, please. This shows again with the blue arrow, this large area was considered a biodiversity connection area linking to primary conservation areas to the north and the south. Biodiversity project was something that the town of Farmington participated in, staff participated in, and citizens participated. I believe the town contributed funding for this also. I think each town, if memory serves me correctly, budgeted a small amount, which was matched by the Foundation for Public Giving, Hartford Foundation. And these maps and this discussion is both in your 2008 and your 2018 EOCD. Moving to the next slide, please. This is already in the record. Best development practice manual that was submitted last time, showing the migration distances of various vernal pool dependent species from the vernal pool. Notice that the wood frog has a very, very large dispersal distance. That's important because I think wood frogs tend to spread out and form metapopulations in strings of wetlands more readily than do the ambystoma salamanders, that is the spotted and Jefferson salamander. Next slide, please. When we asked for the vernal pool rings to be mapped, you'll notice that the vernal pools are in the center. This is where I really wish I had a pointer. Thank you, Shannon. The vernal pool envelopes are the 100 feet that surround them. And the critical terrestrial habitat goes way out to the edges. And this, the applicant did respond. But if you look at the calculations they gave us, they're not responsive to the standard way of looking at this type of impact. Basically, they did not, as I asked them, do the acreage expressed in pre and post development calculations and that expressed in percentages. that was not done. So we really don't understand from the applicant's submission how much of the critical terrestrial habitat currently exists and whether this large yellow area, which is the development, actually pushes the tipping point of critical terrestrial habitat use as defined by Calhoun and Clemens, that is in the record. So also, I'd like to pull out, this looks like a very densely urbanized area you're looking at. The next slide puts it into a ecological context. But actually, yes, there's development, particularly on the other side of Farmington Avenue. But actually what you have here is you're at the interface between largely green, unfragmented habitat and densely developed areas on the other side of Farmington Avenue. The old Talcott Knox subdivisions, which are to the north, predate a lot of the current biological knowledge we have. See, if we look at the yellow area, you're really at a tipping point here also in determining what is the future going to be. Is it going to be an extension of the intensive development on the east side, or will it be Farmington Avenue, or will it remain a green space and corridor with connections north and south and ponding wetlands along the toe and slope of this ridge, as my colleague Mr. Logan expressed to you. What's especially important to understand is at the toe of this slope, there is a series of ponded wetlands, runs the whole length of the slope, about a mile. And we know nothing about what is in those wetlands. We do know that one of the applicant's consultants said the immediately adjacent 6-acre parcel, that is the parcel that is between the piece that they gave to the land trust and the development parcel, is extremely sensitive. But there is no data of what's going on there. No understanding of wood frogs, which easily can disperse, as shown on the slide, 1,500 to 2,000 feet. What do you have for other wood frog populations sort of in a chain or stepping stone along the toe of this slope? You don't know this. You don't understand how these two vernal pools on site relate to other putative vernal pools up and down the toe of the slope. This is really important, because if you don't understand, and you don't understand the connections between those wood frog vernal pools up and down the toe of the slope, you don't really understand the future of nutrient cycling, which is directly tied to the presence of wood frogs. Now, I hypothesize that there are probably other similar vernal pools scattered along the toe of the slope, and they are significant amount of genetic exchange between them. So what you have is a situation for wood frogs that have been tied directly to nutrient cycle. We really don't understand what is going to happen here by impacts to these pools, which are happening. There is additional portions of the vernal pool envelope being lost and additional critical terrestrial habitat being lost, nor do we know the relationship of those pools to other pools. Suffice to say, and this is what's critically important for you in your role as a wetlands agency is that even reductions in populations of wood fronds may reasonably be expected to be correlated with reduced nutrient cycling within the wetlands. Or the flip side is one can anticipate increases in nitrification and eutrophication both in the vernal pools and the adjacent wetlands on and off site within that corridor. Next slide, please. This is, again, you've seen this. Next slide.
Next one.
Okay, this is the other thing that I think is really important to understand. And this may speak more from a conservation perspective. There is a vertical gradient that exists from the base wetlands, which you see with the developments, up to Falcon Mountain. This watershed that the applicant is shown in their submission. If you remember, I talked about the unique construction or the geological placement of these trap rock ridges, with the western escarpment being very, very steep. You see that, and the eastern escarpment being much moister and more gentle, moving down to those full wetlands at the toe. This really is a function of how the volcanic magma, igneous magma, broke through the surface of the soil at an angle, and in the intervening time, we have what's a peneplain, worn down, eroded area, which has preserved the sort of 45-degree extrusion of the magma. Now, we have received reports of box turtles occurring on Crackling Pond Road. We also have documented, excuse me, and excuse my voice, box turtle populations in the Burnt Hill area, which is just to the north. And what's important about box turtles are they are a wetland facultative species, a vernal pool facultative species, but they are going to move up and down that gradient. It is very difficult for box turtles to hibernate on the hard trap rock soils, diabase underlain bedrock. So in most of these areas, the box turtles hibernate in the soft wetland soils at the toe of the slope, which is in the subject area, not just the subject parcel, but up and down the toe of the slope, will move upland to the forest during the summer and move back to the wetlands at the base. It would have been very unlikely, given the time frame of Ms. Raymond's investigation, to have actually noted whether or not there were box turtles in that area. They tend to emerge from hibernation around mid-May. That was after her study concluded. I would like to say a closing statement that 8 hours spent on site over 4 days is inadequate to properly assess the site and its connections to wetlands, north and south, and wetland-dependent species use, north and south of the site, as well as the site to itself. Now, in Ms. Raymond's defense, I recognize that biologists are rarely given adequate time to study a site, even if they have the desire to do so. Biologists, like myself and Mr. Logan, are often the party poopers, so to speak. The engineers make the dreams of an applicant translated to designs, bricks and mortar. And the biologists often say, well, wait a second, here are the problems. So it's not surprising that Ms. Raymond may not have been given sufficient time to adequately investigate the site. I just want to put that in for you to consider that. This concludes what I have to say. It's a combination of wetlands and conservation issues. The site has not been studied adequately. The site contains the only population of the state-listed wetland species in the town of Farmington. And I think there are significant natural resource concerns here. And certainly, if the ribbon snake occurs right on the development site, the impacts to ribbon snakes will be quite extensive. We don't know how widely they're dispersed up and down the corridor, whether there's a hibernacular of ribbon snakes in the quarry area. There is so much unknown that I believe you both, as the Wetlands Agency, but also the Conservation Agency, need to consider about this application. Thank you. That concludes what I have to say.
Thank you, Dr. Clemens. Actually, I have two questions to clarify some of your testimony. One is, was there evidence in the record that wood fogs are present at this location, at this site that's the subject of this hearing?
Yes, Ms. Raymond documented, I believe, 18 egg masses in one pool and 12 in the other.
And is there a mechanism that you would expect from the proposed project that would impact the wood frog population in particular?
I believe, firstly, that they're expanding in the intrusion into the vernal pool envelope. Intrusions into the vernal pool envelope are to be avoided. Currently, the road sits there not heavily used. They plan to improve that road, to grade. Not only will they grade the road, but there will be traffic on that road in the vernal pool. I also am very concerned about the use of the two stormwater detention ponds as decoy vernal pools. I do recognize they have responded, I think they will in their presentation, to methods to exclude wood frogs from using those pools. And of course, they have neglected entirely the entire metapopulation function that where those two vernal pools sit in a metapopulation of wood frogs that are scattered like stepping stones in the wetlands along the base of that slope. They're completely ignored that. They have looked as if this site is an isolated piece of land completely cut off from its entire ecosystem, both north and south, as well as vertically east, up slope and down slope.
And going back to slide number 22, I think it's two slides before this one. Yes, that slide. Dr. Clemens, I noticed that you have that sort of mauve colored area, the large oval. That is the 750-foot critical terrestrial habitat area?
That is correct. That is the critical terrestrial habitat.
Okay. Is that roughly bisected by Farmington Avenue?
No. It's a small piece of it.
Okay.
Small piece of it is cut off right there. And there is another, but largely, it is largely to the west of Farmington Avenue.
Okay. Would the wood frogs be able to cross successfully in any significant numbers Farmington Avenue?
No. You heard testimony last time that people can't cross Farmington Avenue successfully.
I would expect that. Thank you. That's all I had. I just had a couple of questions to clarify, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so that concludes your portion of your presentation this evening.
Well, Chairman Heron, I have one question. Am I going to make closing arguments now or later? As the attorney, because I do have some jurisdictional type things to raise.
Off the top of my head, I would probably say later, because what I want to try and do is get in your position, the Setugin position, also having the applicant have a chance to cross you guys have a chance to cross-examine them. So I'd like to withhold attorney statements until later.
That's fine. I just wanted to.
And I'm hoping it's sometime today and not into the hours of the morning. So just saying. Okay, so with that being the case, Attorney Hollister?
Yes, thank you.
I don't know if it was you or some of your members want to present your rebuttal information to Fitchman.
We do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commission members, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Attorney Tim Hollister, representing the applicant, accompanied tonight by the principals of 402 Farmington LLC and Metro Realty, Jeffrey Sager, Kyle Richards, and Ben Tripp. As in our initial presentation, our expert consultants are Megan Raymond, a soil scientist, and Tom Daly, a professional engineer. They've been affiliated with Malone & McBroom in Cheshire, which, by the way, is now known or is now part of SLR Consulting. I remind the Commission this is the fourth time that this matter has been in front of you. So this is hardly new, and we're going to try to go through our rebuttal as promptly as we can and hit the points in response to what was presented by the interveners. So we're going to give you essentially a three-part presentation. I'm going to start off with some legal guidance on how to evaluate the information that's before you. Then Tom Daly and Megan Raymond will respond to Mr. Logan and Dr. Clements and focus on what is and is not legally relevant and scientifically relevant. And then I will finish off with some more specific legal responses to the interveners and those who have registered their opposition. So, I don't really know how often this commission has had sort of a summary of the legal aspects of wetlands applications, but I think it's very important to review the basics, particularly because the interveners experts have just sort of blown past what is and is not properly before you. So at the risk of stating the obvious, a wetlands commission's jurisdiction is wetlands and watercourses. Now, a commission may look beyond its 150-foot so-called upland review area. It can even, and here I'm going to agree with Attorney Shansky's intervention on behalf of the Zaytunjans. You can even look beyond the 150-foot upland review area to determine if a proposed construction activity could have a physical impact on a function of a wetland or watercourse. But after the hearing evidence is in, and after you've heard about the existing conditions of the property, the existing functional evaluation of the wetlands, the proposed development, and then the impacts of the proposed development on the function of a wetland or watercourse. And this is the key point. If you hear nothing else that I say tonight, I hope you'll keep this in mind. The commission can only deny an application for a permit to conduct a regulated activity if it has evidence of an adverse impact on a function of a wetland or watercourse. Actual evidence of an actual adverse impact on a function of a wetland or watercourse. So let me highlight several aspects of this basic principle. Number one is wetlands evaluation is a technical science. It needs to be presented by experts and professionals. It's not something that lay people or non-scientists and non-technical people can evaluate based on their own personal knowledge. Second, equally important, the evidence has to be specific, quantified, and it has to be based on causation. And this is a fundamental aspect that I asked the commission members to evaluate. Keep in mind as you listen, as you evaluate Mr. Logan and Dr. Clements, they talk in broad strokes, the broadest possible, the vaguest possible strokes about this might happen, that might happen, but they don't explain how. They don't explain the sequence and they don't quantify it. Mr. Logan talked about microns of silt getting in the pores of bedrock fractures and backing up the wetland and starving the hydrology, but it doesn't explain how that would happen. What is the probability? There are scientific calculations that can and should be done if you're going to make that point, and he has done none of that. The law is very clear that there can be no speculation. The law is also very clear, and here's, I'm going to reach back to one of my high school English professors. We don't deal with what she called words thrown out in a general direction. We don't deal with phrases like there will be an increase in erosion without specifics, without quantity. We don't deal with phrases like there is the potential for. We don't deal with what Mr. Logan and Dr. Clements have said repeatedly. There may not be adequate information to address. Mr. Logan has said there is the possibility of greater impacts than existing conditions. The plan may affect. There will be much higher levels of erosion or sediment. The plan will cause great differences from existing conditions. These are broad brush statements. That is not evidence of a specific adverse impact. You've heard Dr. Clements and Mr. Logan talk repeatedly about the completeness of the application and the evaluations. Well, as you're going to hear from Mr. Daly and Ms. Raymond, and as you know, I think there are industry standard protocols that you follow when you're evaluating the functions of a wetland or watercourse. Anybody can sit back and say you should do more investigation. Dr. Clements has made a life of studying reptiles and amphibians, which is very admirable, but there's always more work to do. The question is, at what point have you met the industry standard in terms of evaluating? So for the commission, if a professional engineer and wetland scientists say, I have investigated, I have designed the site plan, and I have evaluated the wetland impacts in accordance with industry standards, and it is my professional opinion that there will be no adverse impact to any substantial function of a wetland or watercourse, the commission is not only entitled but compelled to rely on that, especially if there's no contrary evidence that is, again, specific and documented. The commission cannot legally deny just because someone said, oh, you should do more work, you should do more investigation, more evaluation. Now, let me turn to an argument that Dr. Clements and I have been having for 25 years. That is whether wetlands commissions have jurisdiction over impacts to wildlife. In 2003, Dr. Clements and I were on the opposite side of a case in the town of Wilton. A copy of that decision of the Connecticut Supreme Court is in your materials, and the court roundly rejected Dr. Clements' belief, his assertion that the jurisdiction of a wetlands commission follows the spotted salamanders as they migrate across the landscape. The court said that that would make wetlands commission jurisdiction absolutely limitless and impossible to define. And the case is there, and the court was very clear that the wetland statute does not extend to protection of wildlife and protection of wildlife habitats. Again, the only jurisdiction is if there is a wetland or a watercourse that is an actual habitat for a species of wildlife, and a development will diminish the habitat value of the wetland, that's within your jurisdiction. But if there is a ribbon snake that's somewhere on the property but not in that wetland and it might be impacted, well, that's not within your jurisdiction. So I would just urge you to keep that in mind, that most of what Dr. Clements said about adverse impacts is not within your jurisdiction and not within your purview. Now, if you don't believe me, I would direct you to section 22 little a 8.41 sub little d and section 8.e of the Farmington Wetland Regulations, which says that a commission, quote, shall not deny or condition an application for a regulated activity outside wetlands or watercourses. That's us. That's what this application is about, on the basis of an impact or effect on aquatic, plant, or animal life, unless there is a wetlands impact. That's in your own regulations, it's in, which follows state law. So one consequence of that is there is no need in a wetlands application for a survey or of vegetation in non-wetlands areas or a wildlife inventory across a mile-long corridor that is or is not wetlands, we don't know, but just the inventory of the wildlife totally disassociated from the wetland is not necessary, it's not legally relevant, and Dr. Clements cannot sit back and say, you haven't done that work, it doesn't need to be done, it's not before you. Now, I'm going to give you all a specific example, and this is talked about in our materials. From the town of Simsbury in the early 2000s, there was a proposed residential development on former tobacco land, and there were residual pesticides in the soil. The engineers came up with a remediation plan called soil mixing, making the soil inaccessible and inert in the lower organic layer by burying it deeper in place, but a mixing machine. So the question was whether soil mixing within 75 feet of a particular pond was it was a regulated activity, but whether it would have an adverse impact on a wetland or watercourse. The Wetlands Commission in Simsbury denied the permit on the grounds of, quote, potential increase in pesticide mobility, potential for, quote, increased leaching through the soil, unquote. Connecticut Supreme Court said a denial that is not based on substantial evidence if there was no quantification, no causation. How much of the chemical, of the residual chemical in the pesticide would actually migrate 75 feet through the soil into the watercourse and change the water quality or the chemical composition, and what impact would that have on a function of a wetland or watercourse? That's the level of science, quantification, causation that is necessary and is completely missing in the comments of Dr. Clements and Mr. Logan. Now, feasible and prudent alternatives. This is one I suspect you've heard many times before. It's pretty simple. If an applicant demonstrates no adverse impact on a wetland or watercourse function, then the commission has a basis to find that this feasible and prudent alternative requirement has been satisfied. No impact, no need to present further alternatives. Now, with regard to the environmental intervention petitions, and I do not disagree that you rightly granted the intervention, but let's go back to the brief remarks that were made on this subject on January 6th. Intervention entitles a petitioner to make a presentation. It does not expand the jurisdiction of this commission. Just because you got a 22A19 petition does not make you the Wildlife Commission, and I understand we're going to move on to consideration of conservation functions, but does not make you the Wildlife Commission in your when you're sitting as the Wetlands Commission. Again, wildlife impacts simply are not before you. The same standard that you use for evaluating wetlands impacts has to be used in evaluating the claims of unreasonable pollution to a wetland, to a natural resource of the state of Connecticut. Again, no speculation, specificity, quantification, location, causation. How do you the experts have to connect the dots. How will this impact occur and what will be the quantity? Now, vernal pools. And again, this is another part of the argument that Dr. Clements and I have been having as counsel for a long time. The so-called 750-foot buffer is not in any state statute. It's not in your wetlands regulation. It is at most an advisory aspirational planning guideline. It is a matter of fact, and I believe Ms. Raymond will comment on this, that the 750, the alleged science behind this 750-foot distance, which is, by the way, based on the maximum possible migration distance of certain amphibians, whether it's 1 or 10,000, but it is an aspirational planning guideline. And we don't really know whether the science behind it is sound. I leave that to the experts. But just keep in mind that it is not a defined jurisdictional area like your upland review area is, and it's not a requirement that needs to be met, and it's not a legally binding standard. So with that introduction, what we ask you to keep in mind, I'm going to ask Tom Daly from SLR Consulting to speak, to be followed by Ms. Raymond. So Tom Daly, if you're on, would you please proceed?
Thank you, Tim. Assuming everybody can hear me. For the record, Tom Daly with Milo & Broom, now part of SLR Consulting. Thank you, Tim. So just to take the commission back a little bit, as you know, we have presented before this commission, I think multiple times about the design of the stormwater plan and the site plan itself. We've gone through a very thorough analysis of both drainage on a water quality and quantity basis, and provided very detailed calculations as part of our packet. And those calculations have gone through a thorough review by town staff. To this point, I know of no outstanding comments relating drainage on the project, to the point where I would take that as our drainage calculations were done to satisfaction of town staff. As we indicated in our calculations, we took a look at both stormwater quality and quantity. And as we work through this process, we continue to work with this commission and make revisions as we, based upon comments received. As we work through with this commission, we made modifications to the plans. In addition, including we slid one of the garages out of the upland review area, which was of interest to the commission. And then also we made additional water quality enhancements on the project. So we believe that we work closely with this commission and put together a very, very good plan, both from site planning perspective and a stormwater perspective. But as I go this evening, what I'd like to do is focus on, Mr. Logan has identified some concerns associated with the watershed, and it's, and I believe also Dr. Clemens, basically the site's position in the overall watershed. So Shannon, if you can go to Mr. Logan's graphic that he was showing, basically it was our watershed map from our stormwater calculations.
Yep, certainly. That one?
Yep, thank you very much. That's perfect. So as Mr. Logan indicated, this is actually a graphic out of our stormwater report. There's a similar one that shows it under existing conditions. And then also this is the graphic that represents the proposed conditions. And we conducted an analysis point at the wetland edge, or the receiving wetland, I guess we would say, and showed that we are having no increase in runoff at peak runoff rates. I would say that, in fact, all this watershed that is being shown here is actually up gradient of Quarry Road and up gradient of the vernal pool that has been part of this discussion this evening. But I would note that the area to the south, so as you know, there's land trust property, and then there's a wetland corridor that flows from a south to north direction. I would say we've estimated that to be an additional 68 acres that are feeding this wetland corridor and coming through here. Mr. Logan was correct. This watershed is, and shown here in green, the highlighted map here is about 51 acres. And that is what we mapped in terms of our hydraulic analysis, because it was north of Quarry Road and draining towards our property. But I would say that the arguments for the arguments that have been presented this evening go to argue that we are starving the wetland by basically diverting the water around the project. And we would like to say, though, we believe those to be false statements. On the wetland edge, the testimony that's been previously given would give you the indication that this 51 acres perfectly sheet flows all the way across, that the contours are located absolutely parallel to the wetlands in running in a north to south location. In fact, that the wetlands, every linear foot of wetlands will be getting an equal sliver of this, this 51 acre watershed. And the argument or the issues raised by the other consultants is that by putting our project in the middle of this, we're basically pushing the water to the far edges. And in fact, that middle section, that darker green section, would basically be starved of water. And we have to very much disagree with that. So Shannon, would you be possible to put an existing conditions map up from our first presentations? There you go. Thank you very much. And what you can see very closely from this topographic map, in fact, the contours do not run directly parallel to the wetlands. There's valleys and there's ridges that result in water being funneled and channelized and concentrated to actually the north property line and the south property line. And I think, boy, I wish I could take control of the mouse, but I can't. So Shannon, move your mouse slightly to the left.
Yep.
Right there, if the commission can see, see the contours? That is an area where you have a ridge to the right of that, and that's showing a valley. Mr. Logan's testimony actually highlighted this. And if you follow that trough all the way down, it goes right to where we are discharging our southern discharge. And then there's another trough on the northern edge, and there's a ridge line that's a ridge right there where Shannon has. It pushes off to the right and also discharges at the far north location of the property. And not by coincidence, those are exactly the locations we are concentrating and discharging our water. The center section that is below the detention basin that the testimony indicated we were starving is actually only receiving 1.6 acres of water. So that's less than 3% of the overall 51 acre site is actually sheet flowing to the wetland edge that was brought up this evening. In addition to that, Clarence Welty conducted test pits back in April of 2017 for another applicant, and those test pits are in the record. They're actually even referenced in the Botanical Society's letter. Those test pits were done throughout this site, and all the test pits, most of the test pits actually upgrading of this trough that I just talked about and the ridge line actually had groundwater in them. But the 3 test pits that were below the ridge and directly adjacent to the gas line had no groundwater. And if you look at the test pit data, the depth to rock throughout this project is very consistent. So it's not like you have groundwater, the rock dipping at one elevation, and regardless of the top topographically, the water is still making it to the wetlands edge. That's not the case. The contours and the ground and the rock edge are similar throughout there. So the trough that is also funneling the surface water is also funneling the groundwater. So that is basically, you're getting a situation where that water is being totally focused. We estimate that almost 75% of this 50 acre watershed is actually being focused right north of the cross culverts at Quarry Road, and the remaining 25 feet, well, it'd be, as I said, 3% is there, so it's about 21% flowing to the north. So the argument that this wetland is being fed by this perfect linear sheet flow through the 51 acres is incorrect once you actually take time and take a look at the topographic survey. And with that, and I believe also the groundwater test pits indicate that there's also a change. I would also argue that in terms of the groundwater pattern, long time ago, this groundwater, this system potentially has been intercepted. When the gas main came through, they basically cut a full trench all the way across this site. So any type of natural transmission of groundwater was interrupted a long time ago. So that also has a change on the overall groundwater. But It's our belief that this wetland is basically a low area. It's receiving water from very large areas. We've done a good job in terms of our plan to make sure that we routed the upper watershed, basically the area above our site, around the project site, and discharging it at the north and the south ends as it does naturally today. And in addition to that, we've also put together a very detailed erosion control plan. There was some discussion of the basin being used as a sediment trap, and that would silt it up. But if you look at our plans, we call for the bottom of the basin to be kept at a higher level during construction and not lowered till later on. I'd also say that this site is not unique in its soils in terms of erosion controls. They easily are managed. They have been managed to be successfully. Even the best soils in the world can be mismanaged. But we believe with the detailed erosion control plan and it cites the location of sediment traps and even the buffer of the gas main, that it's our professional opinion that there will not be a negative impact on the wetlands as associated with erosion control as the result of this plan. With that, Tim, that concludes my presentation.
Yeah, Mr. Daly, one question. You said there's no wetland impact from the erosion control plan. Is that also your opinion as to the drainage?
Yes, also on the drainage as a result of a detailed review of this watershed. Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Raymond, are you there somewhere?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to provide more details about the project this evening. For the record, my name is Megan Raymond. I'm a professional wetland scientist and registered soil scientist with SLR, formerly MMI. And as you're aware, through the three preceding meetings or two preceding meetings and one hearing, I was the wetland scientist. I am the wetland scientist on the project responsible for delineating the boundaries of the wetlands, evaluating the functionality of the wetland systems, how it's driven hydrologically, how the wetlands interacting with the landscape, and then evaluating potential impacts to these systems as a result of the project. As we've described throughout these proceedings as to our wetland corridor, are the reason that we're here before you this evening, we're looking at a wetland system that originates off-site to the southeast in about a 3-acre scrub shrub swamp. It flows to the north when there is surface flow. A lot of it is sort of depressional along its length, but when there is a surface flow, that it's trending north up to the Quarry Road area, which is where Shannon's cursor is now. And at that point, we have a series of 3 24-inch diameter concrete pipes that provide potential relief, hydrologic relief for drainage through Quarry Road. But at time, that's not consistent. The inverts of these pipes are actually higher than the wetland system adjacent. And so the continuance or the conveyance of flow through these pipes is intermittent at best. Within the wetland corridor on the property, at times there's a concurrent easement or utility easement with portions of a gas easement within the wetland boundary, as well as an overhead utility line. These systems bifurcate exactly where Shannon's cursor is now, right at the southern end of the depression that provided the egg masses, or that supports egg mass breeding, or egg mass deposition for wood frog breeding rather. In this location, the corridors bisect, and the gas main continues to the northwest, and the overhead utility line continues north, now still in the wetland boundary. On the subject property, the wetland area occupies 1.98 acres. Off-site to the north, or just north of Quarry Road, we're looking at about a 5-acre system until we get up to parallel to the Yukon Health Center, and then there's some conveyance across Route 4 to enter into the Yukon Health Center property. As we have described in terms of the origin or the genesis of the wetland boundary, wetlands on the larger 14.2 acre piece were originally delineated in 2017 by Eric Davison. Lona McBroom delineated wetlands on the entire properties which included the 14.2 acre as well as the 4.5 acre site in the spring of 2020. What you're going to see, what you see on this map in front of you, is the wetland boundary is in blue. You'll see when you go out in the field, you'll see field flags along to the south on our property, blue field flags and some pink flagging delineate and demarcate the wetland boundary in that location, as well as immediately north of Quarry Road while we're still on our site. You can note the corner of our property, the little butterfly shaped piece right there, exactly. And at that point, the wetlands exist off-site. And in those areas, the wetland flags were not hung, but rather points were collected along that boundary after verifying the soil conditions through direct observation and augering. Points were collected with a handheld GPS and conveyed back to the design team for inclusion on the site plan. That is a common practice. It's known as a graphical wetland delineation. It's a common practice in systems that are off-site. Actually, your own regulations in 2A21 allow for the potential for off-site areas to project upland review areas onto subject properties and provide a number of opportunities or a number of avenues with which to define that wetland boundary. And we've utilized what we do typically, which is this graphical wetland delineation. But the supposition that these wetlands were not flagged, that a thorough evaluation has not been conducted, is not accurate. The wetland boundary has been flagged by a registered soil scientist, professional wetland scientist, and this is the boundary that you see on the site plan. One thing that I think, well, we can maybe, I guess we could get into it when we talk about hydrology in a bit, but I think it would be helpful to maybe pull up one of Mr. Logan's pictures when we get to that. But we'll hold on that for now, and we'll stay on this photo. I think it's important, we should talk about this potential hillside seep that Mr. Logan opined about in that shallow saddle up in the central portion of the property. Obviously, when we go out and do a wetland delineation, we have a base map. It's very common to see undulating topography throughout properties, particularly in areas such as this with bedrock control. Those shallow saddles with topographic high points are very easily identified on mapping, and they're directly evaluated during the site investigation, and that, such as what occurred in that specific spot. And there's no regulated wetlands that are on this property or properties other than what you're seeing on the before you. Obviously, with the exception of the portion of the site you do not see, which extends to the south and has also been flagged. But there's no other wetlands on the site. The potential hillside seep in the central portion of the site is not regulated because it doesn't have any features that would warrant regulation. There's no very poorly drained alluvial or floodplain soils. And then also from a holistic ecological point of view, there's no hydrophytic vegetation or any evidence of supportive hydrology in that location. And I should also add that, obviously we flagged the wetlands, Mylone and McBroom SLR flagged the wetlands, but the property had been evaluated previously in 2017 by another registered soil scientist and professional wetland scientist, and no wetland was identified in that portion of the site. The primary functions of this wetland corridor, which it is a corridor, it exists in a long trajectory on our site, on our subject site alone to the south. We have about 1,000 linear feet of wetland as it extends from the off-site scrub shrub swamp up into Quarry Road, approximately 1,000 feet. And then obviously we're crossing north of Quarry Road and extending another approximately 1,000 feet until it turns to flow under or traverse under the Route 4 roadway. But the primary functions of this corridor would be groundwater discharge and recharge, flood flow alteration, sediment toxicant retention, nutrient assimilation, and obviously wildlife habitat. The area, the 1.9 acre wetland, was evaluated in the spring of 2020 to determine the presence or absence of vernal pool activity. And that investigation occurred using very standard industry practices. The site observations were gathered over 4 days, spread over 8 weeks within the height of the breeding season. In 2020, we had a very early emergence of amphibians from winter dormancy, and we saw egg masses actually during the first site visit in 2 locations on March, and this was March 9th, our first site visit. One of the locations you see before you this evening, right on this site plan immediately in front of us in the eastern, yes, in the lower lower left-hand corner of the map here. This area is about a 0.1 acre, 5,000 square feet or so, 4,000 square feet trough within this utility easement area that is surrounded by reed canary grass and a variety of emergent vegetation with some scattered shrubs surrounding. And there were wood frog egg masses observed there, as well as a very similar trough that abuts a higher quality red maple swamp to the south. In addition to those obligate wetland species, the wood frog, we did see facultative invertebrates, caddisfly larvae cases, fingernail clams, freshwater snails, etc. The mean annual high water line to these pools were collected, and we included these features on the site map, or actually in the wetland delineation map, and they've always been provided to you, this information as to the wetland the wetland dependent wildlife that occur within these systems, as well as the location and the size were included in the original submission back in November of 2020. It's important to note, I think, just from a holistic perspective, that we are looking at features that do exist within a dynamic, maintained utility corridor. So the permanence of these features, as much as the site the site does incorporate a number of attributes, a number of design elements that are maintained to, or that are incorporated to maintain this function within the wetland. But there's a number of elements as it relates to the utility maintenance itself that are out of the control of the property owner currently, and so the overall permanence of the feature from that perspective is there's some uncertainty there. As it relates to the actual proposed activities and these areas or these portions of the wetland, which again, we're looking south of Quarry Road. We have most notably no drainage proposed within these areas. I think it might be helpful, Shannon, to maybe pull up the maybe the wetland delineation map, or maybe the yeah, that one doesn't have the property line. How about the directional buffer map? I apologize for this.
So these are the presentation slides that you folks put through. So
okay, well, we'll just keep on this one, I guess, then. But I think it's important to note that that obviously our work is all proposed to the north and down gradient of these areas. As it relates to the south, we have this feature that's similar to this, a little bit bigger, 0.16 of an acre, that exists about 100 feet or 150 feet south. Within that particular depression or pool area, there's no work proposed within the depression, no work proposed within the envelope. As we move north to this area that we're looking at right in the page here at Shannon's cursor, we have existing elements that we cannot modify. We have an existing crossing of Quarry Road. And so you can see on this drawing pretty clearly what is proposed within the 100 feet. We're looking, that red line is that 100-foot envelope around the depression. And we have one grading line that's up at the northern edge of Quarry Road, and similarly, maybe two grading lines on the north side. And again, that's outside of the immediate watershed to this depression. So we've truly minimized the activity and avoided completely in the area to the south. But within this particular feature, we have an existing infrastructure that requires some degree of grading. And so these areas, there will be a slight bit of work within the vernal pool envelope, and it's measuring about 93 feet from the boundary of the vernal pool, as well as occupying approximately 250 square feet, so quite small. As it relates to the overall configuration of the site work relative to this portion of the wetland, I think that it's important to note as well, we've tried to incorporate some additional design elements such as low lighting on over the wetland crossing, the 200-foot wetland crossing, or it's not 200 feet in total length, but just looking at about a 200-foot length of Quarry Road, we're going to minimize lighting. We're going to be utilizing the Cape Cod berms as curbing along the roadway. As well, the detention basins that are located to the north, about 240 feet. We've incorporated the Animex fencing, which is just a small little fence. A small fence just sticks up about 12 inches above the top of the basin just to prevent any decoy breeding or interaction within the basin. So those will be fenced off. And as well, we're looking to maintain water quality, obviously, because we're not affecting any of the watershed there. I can get into we can talk about the directional, we can talk about kind of habitats and the larger surrounding area maybe in a second, but I'd like to hit on the hydrology aspect, and we can go back to the GU site plan for this. Shannon, thank you. Mr. Logan described some potential modifications to hydrology, and I think Tom just explained very specifically how our site plan is avoiding those. But I do think it's important to note as well that we're looking at this small shelf along the wetland boundary, and this area, and you can see it pretty clearly in the photos. The provenance of the shelf appears to be an old access way for the utility corridor, and there is some seepage along the toe of that embankment there. But as it exists, and this area, the shelf does exist about 3 feet higher than the primary wetland that extends 5 acres to the north. But this small shelf is not a unique feature. It's not any kind of significant feature, other than it appears to be utilized for access and created for access along the construction corridor, or the utility corridor rather. But the bottom line is that the hydrology to this area is not going to be modified, primarily because, and most certainly because of the non-modification of the watershed. And I guess we'd also like to point out the mechanics of upland groundwater as it relates to wetland functionality, specifically the specific components of wetland functions that relate to groundwater, which are groundwater discharge and recharge, are recognized and satisfied through the evaluation and maintenance of contributing watersheds to wetlands. That's been industry practice, and that is what is occurring here. So there'll be no modification, no starving of the wetland corridor. And again, bear in mind that we're looking at a system that's got about 120 acres of contributing watershed. We're sitting in a bit of a valley, actually. So we've got the benefit of the slope to the west of us and a bit to the east. We see portions within this corridor that are occupied by organic soils. So we see a pretty high water table in those areas. And for all those reasons, the work within that 6.5 acre, 7 acre building envelope, it has going to have no impact or effect on the wetland hydrology and thereby the physical characteristics of the wetland. I think it's important to remember that we're talking about a project where there are no direct wetland impacts. We're utilizing this existing crossing on Quarry Road to gain access to an upland piece of property. We've described in detail about the indirect impact maintenance through sedimentation and erosion control, as well as stormwater management. I think also, just to tack on to Tom's mention with Weathersfield soils, a very common soil, the silt fraction and the clay fraction is quite variable. You could have actually Weathersfield soils that have 73% sand. So I think that the bottom line is that these are pretty typical conditions that we encounter in New England with till environments. We're all accustomed to designing designing and engineering in these types of systems. And so with sound engineering practices, there'll be no potential for short-term indirect impacts to the wetland. Long-term impacts, obviously, we've investigated very critically the nature and the supporting hydrology of the wetland in order to design site plans appropriately to maintain that. I think it's a pretty unique design in some ways because we have these existing edges of Quarry Road, of the gas easement, of the utility corridor, and we're able to move the stormwater basins in between the gas easement and the wetland boundary to provide and that area is going to be completely vegetated. It'll provide a great bioassimilation area prior to discharge within the wetland system, the eventual fate. What we're looking to get to receive a authorization or permit from you this evening is for authorization for 2.34 acres of work within the upland review area. Within that 2.34 acres, it's 0.34 acres of impervious, so about 14% of that area. So that is the line that's been demarcated by the red boundary, the upper red boundary here, and that is the work that we're looking to receive authorization from you on this evening. It's primarily the stormwater basins and a bit of the site access and a small bit of the parking and entryway. And then I think if we could just go to the directional buffer slide, Shannon, please.
That one?
Nope, this next one. Okay. Yes, perfect. Okay, so this is a little busy, but I think this is just it's an important consideration, or just important to kind of look at this in context. And I fully, I have a lot of respect for my colleagues, and Dr. Clemens' work in this area has been, wonderful for the state, obviously. But what I'd like to point out is that the overall, a lot of these there, as Attorney Hollister described, there aren't regulations that are dictating land use practices here, and the science is certainly evolving. Actually, the wood frog genome is in the Vertebrate Genome Project, and it's going to be sequenced soon, and so there are actually going to be a lot of interesting data, as Dr. Clemens mentioned, about metapopulations. But as it relates to our site specifically, all that we can do is kind of manage the portions within our control. And what we are looking at here is the maintenance of the area to the south of Quarry Road, and the nexus to open space and higher quality wetlands to the south. And that's only just to mention that there is sufficient habitat surrounding this wetland corridor to allow for maintenance of the breeding activity. And though we are obviously working within a portion of this outer 750-foot area, we're looking at Quarry Road as an existing impediment. That's an existing crossing. Not saying it's severed completely, but it's certainly a barrier that's present now. And so to prioritize and kind of look at a directional buffer, which is a concept that was kind of advanced by Dr. Clemens, co-author on his best development practices manual, is just something to consider. And looking to the south, we certainly have ample area in this location. And I guess just finally, I didn't mention is that the eastern the ribbon snake observation and the potential for other reptiles on the site. Obviously, though, this area is not mapped NDDB. There's no hits on it for rare or listed species as well. It's not a critical habitat area per the state database. We have incorporated standard construction protocols that we are familiar with from working with other habitats with these creatures, and have incorporated them onto the site plans on the same site that the same drawing with the exclusion fencing. So with that, I'd like to turn it back to Attorney Hollister, but I'd like to also summarize by saying it's in my professional opinion that the proposed project will not impact or affect the physical characteristics of this wetland system. And I'd like to, again, thank the Commission so deeply for listening to us for all these evenings. To you, Attorney Hollister.
Thank you. Thank you for that, your testimony. So let me try to summarize and respond also to Dr. Clements and Mr. Logan. So I hope it's very clear that Mr. Daly and Ms. Raymond have met the industry standards as far as evaluating the existing conditions of the site, doing the site plan, laying it out in compliance with engineering, erosion control, drainage, all the protocols that you would expect as necessary to protect the existing wetlands functions of the site. And they've both given their unequivocal opinion professionally that there will be no adverse impact on any function of a wetland or watercourse. And they have been very specific with their location and the causation and the engineering and the science, unlike the opposing speakers. A couple of facts about the site plan is mentioned. There's no wetland on the proposed apartment construction site. There is no direct wetland impact from the proposed site plan in total. And the staff review or the agenda review prepared by Ms. Rutherford agrees with that and explains why. Regarding the vernal pools, first of all, the vernal pools barely meet, even if we adopt Dr. Clements' methodology and definitions, just barely qualifies as a vernal pool. As Ms. Raymond pointed out again, it was created by the excavation of the gas line some 60 years ago. The vernal pools are adjacent to a closed wetland. They are adjacent to a relatively active Town of Farmington Department of Public Works facility. This is hardly what anyone would call a pristine site, but the gas line is important because, and I gave you a copy of the original gas line easement in our January 29th materials. The gas company has the right along the entire gas line corridor to go in and not only inspect, but to maintain. They can excavate, they can dig, they can do anything they want. And they don't even, I don't believe they even need a permit from this commission to undertake that work. So it's not only a potential disturbance, but an as of right disturbance whenever they need to. No direct discharge into the wetlands. The Fitchman intervention petition is categorically wrong in making that claim. Regarding again, I don't subscribe as an attorney to the claim that the 750-foot buffer or circumference has any legal significance, but let's be realistic about the facts. Within that 750-foot area are all or part of 3 office buildings, Farmington Avenue, the landfill, the Department of Public Works facility, the road, the gas pipeline, and utilities. Highly disturbed and not pristine, and therefore not having high functionality that would warrant extraordinary protection. Now, turning to Mr. Logan and Dr. Clements, I need to say a word about Mr. Logan's credentials. On January 6th, he presented a written professional resume, and he testified that he had at that time a current certification as a senior ecologist with the Ecological Society of America, a professional wetland science designation from the Society of Wetland Scientists, and a soil scientist designation with the Society of Soil Scientists of Southern New England. Well, we checked his credentials, just not quite sure what we were going to find. And I don't take any pleasure in bringing this up. And if it was just one instance in not paying dues, I would not even bring it up. It would be an oversight. But we brought this to the attention of Mr. Attorney Ainsworth on Friday morning last week, that as to all 3 credentials, his certifications had lapsed. And he responded by immediately rectifying the oversight, not just 1, not 2, but 3 organizations. So our current information is that he has not been a current professional wetland scientist since 2008. And on Friday of last week, he applied for recertification as a senior ecologist. I bring it up because it's part of my job, is to point out people who represent themselves incorrectly in their professional capacities. But turning to the Merits of his report, in summary, he uses vague, unproven, speculative phrases that the Connecticut Supreme Court has rejected as not constituting substantial evidence. And that's even before we get to the factual errors and misrepresentations that Mr. Daly and Ms. Raymond pointed out. Again, he says the soil types on the subject property, there will be an increase in erosion, but there's no evidence that Mr. Daly's soil has failed to follow the state soil and erosion guidelines. Again, phrase after phrase, page 4, sediment will settle out and contribute to soil pore clogging. Well, Mr. Daly said that that's not accurate, but just the way that it's been phrased, will settle out. So what? There's no quantification. There's no adverse impact on a wetland function. Page 4 of Mr. Logan's report, pollutants will be much higher than under existing conditions, unquote. Regarding the hillside seepage wetland, which Ms. Raymond has disputed and disproved, he says it will be denied its hydrology. Well, does that mean 2% or 5% or 80%? He doesn't say, and that is what is missing. So there is no evidence of an actual adverse impact to a function of a wetland or watercourse in Mr. Logan's commentary. Same as with Dr. Clemens. Dr. Clemens, page 3 of his letter, January 14th, said there will be, quote, further degradation, unquote. That's not substantial evidence. That's words thrown out in a general direction. He says there will be a severing of inter-conservation area connections linking primary conservation areas, whatever that means. But again, that's not in the Wetlands Commission's jurisdiction. It's not evidence of an adverse impact on a wetland or watercourse. Now, let me turn to the specific allegations of the Fitchman intervention, because again, you will need to vote as to whether each intervener has proved their claims. 3A, paragraph 3A of the Fitchman intervention petition. There will be a discharge of stormwater runoff into two highly sensitive vernal pools. Not true. Not true. Your own staff says that that's not true. 3C, insufficient investigation of species. I give you Ms. Raymond's testimony that she has done all the industry standards for investigation, and the legal point that investigation of species and vegetation per se is not within the jurisdiction of a Wetlands Commission. 3D, detention basins may serve as decoys. Malona McBroomer, SLR Consulting, has responded to that with a fence to prevent the decoy function. So as to the Fitchman petition, all the claims are incorrect, and you should therefore reject that intervention petition at the end of the hearing. Turning to the Zaytunjian petition, 6B, failure to include sufficient biological evaluation. As to the wetlands function, Ms. Raymond has met the industry standard. In 6D, all they do is quote Dr. Clemens, further degradation of the two vernal pools. Again, unquantified, no evidence. And then 6E, they refer to Mr. Logan's letter, increased erosion, quote unquote. That's not evidence, and it's not going to carry the day as far as unreasonable pollution. I will finish by just pointing out a couple other things. Dr. Clemens introduced some slides today. I hope it was not lost on you that there was a slide of the entire state of Connecticut. There was a slide of the entire town of Farmington where the scale was 1 inch equals 0.8 miles. You can't do a micro evaluation of a wetlands of a site or a site plan proposal with maps at that scale. There's a letter in the file now from the Rivers Alliance of Connecticut. I put my powers of observation to work. I don't see a river on this site. I'm not even sure why that organization is even bothering to talk about impacts on rivers. The Botanical Society letter, I would note, was written by Ms. Sigrun Godwa, a longtime employee of Mr. Logan. You also have in the record several alternative site plans prepared by architect Patrick Pinnell, mainly in the zoning context, but also submitted to this commission for several single-family homes, for several triplexes, for mixed-use buildings. These are alternatives that have been advocated by Dr. Fitchman at least as an intervener. There is no difference in evaluating or what Dr. Clements and Mr. Logan have said tonight would disqualify all of the alternatives presented by Mr. Pinnell. I guess that's the best way to say it. They can't have it both ways. There is a rank inconsistency in what they're saying. And they're just, the other thing about Mr. Pinnell's alternatives is they're very misleading. For example, they show the gas pipeline as essentially green and forested open space, which we know it is not. So the interveners have not now have not, in light of the evidence, even alleged a claim of unreasonable pollution that would allow them to have a favorable vote to accept their petition after the close of the hearing. I know I've gone on longer than I wanted, but we wanted to give a full-throated response to the Logan and Clements letters and presentations, and I will stop there, Mr. Chairman, and thank you and the commissioners for listening to our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. In looking at the agenda, what I was thinking is do the Tunjin, their presentation and the applicant be able to rebut them, but then change things around and open it up to the public for any comments and questions they might have, to let them have an earlier evening,
Certainly.
and then pick it up from there, depending upon what time we're at.
Yep, absolutely. That's fine. So it would be Attorney Shansky.
Shansky. Yep.
She's got any comments to share with us this evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I am Attorney Marjorie Shansky, and I am happy to see you and the members of the commission. I represent Mr. and Mrs. Zaytunjan, who are now petitioning interveners, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you because the allegations of a reasonable likelihood of unreasonable pollution to the natural resources of the town of Farmington as a result of the proposed activities remains alive and well, notwithstanding the energetic presentation we've just had from the applicant. As I stated in my letter to the commission, there are essentially, well, there are 4 items in the letter. There are 3 or 4 items I wanted to just mention. One is the issue of completeness. And this is derived both from my experience as a land use lawyer, but also responding to counsel for the applicant's comments. The applicant is not the arbiter of how much information is enough information. And that is played out in this setting with this site graphically. Because, as Dr. Clemens has noted, this is a robust example of a wildlife corridor on which there happen to be these 2 identified vernal pools with, according to Dr. Clemens, who has a deep familiarity with the site from his work on the Farmington wildlife study of a number of years ago, the likelihood of even more activity. And the point of talking about having met industry standards is somewhat ironic because many of us believe that the best development practices that has become a part of this record is the industry standard. And council's disregard for the 750-foot critical terrestrial habitat runs against all application of those best development practices, which have, by the way, been adopted by the Army Corps of Engineers as their protocols. The idea, as you saw in the graphic from that book on the screen this evening, that the wood frog can travel up to 1,500 feet in his life, in his living of his life, is indicative of how much broader the perspective of the applicant needed to be in the study of this site as a basis for defending this development. And the reason that is the case is contrary again to council's conclusions. Dr. Clemens has identified a specific basis for a finding of pollution as a result of this activity, and that is that the degradation of the wood frog results in an adverse effect on water quality. He identified nitrification and eutrophication because of the nutrient recycling that goes on with the life of the wood frog. And that is borne out and recognized by the Connecticut courts in the River Sound case, to which I've referred in my letter. You know, the reference to the 2004 Riverbend case from council is certainly a case that's out there. It's a representation of being stuck in time, because after the Riverbend case, the legislature amended the law, and I discuss all of this in my letter to you, and that change in the law recognized that the flora and fauna, the aquatic plant and animal life and habitats were all fair game in a wetland agency's review. And that if there were an adverse impact to the wetlands as a result of the loss of any of those flora or fauna, that was within your jurisdiction and upon which you could deny an application. And Dr. Clemens has this very evening recited to you this connection between the wood frogs and wetlands and adverse impacts. So we come to you with a firm belief that the study was inadequate, that the range of your observation must be much broader than these two vernal pools and their immediate environs. It is also true that at the end of the day, the index is adverse impact to the wetlands. It is true that we are not expanding your jurisdiction, but counsel for the applicant has so attempted to narrow your purview as if to suggest, you know, that scene in The Wizard of Oz, pay no attention to the man behind the screen. No, you must look at the man behind the screen. You must look at the full richness of this site and what the wood frogs and other obligate species are doing on this site and how this development will affect them. So it is our position that the application remains incomplete and that the scope of your review must be exercised in its broadest manner as your regulations contemplate. I also wanted to mention that, and I've talked about the incomplete applications in my letter, the National Diversity Database now does have this reference of the ribbon snake, just for the record. But I also want to say that the Natural Diversity Database, by its own terms, indicates that it is not a proxy, it's not a substitute for a site-specific survey. And in that respect, more work needed to have been done on the site. And it's somewhat ironic that we're here on what I understand, though it's my first time, on the fourth night. It was only on the 29th of January that we got any more details about the study that had taken place on the site. So the terrain occupied by the wood frog and the likelihood of additional vernal pools needed to be and needs to be examined in order for the commission to have a sufficient evidentiary basis on which to make a decision, because it is you, not the applicant, who is the arbiter of how much information is enough information. And the 3 levels case that's cited in my letter to you stands for that proposition, as does Unistar. You may request additional information, as do your regulations provide you with that latitude. If I may just take one moment, the standard is likely impacts. Council wanted some demonstrative actual impacts, and I agree that the River Bend case says that it can't be speculative, but the index is likely impacts, and that is the index to which Dr. Clemens referred. Ms. Raymond, in her testimony this evening, indeed described the area as a corridor. That's important. That's agreement with Dr. Clemens. The idea of, and I guess I just want to reframe that the best management practices, the best development practices, conserving pool breeding amphibians, the Dr. Calhoun and Dr. Clemens book is an industry standard, and the critical terrestrial habitat provides an essential place for the development and thriving of the wood frog in its development, and that the idea that council has said that the vernal pools are barely vernal pools. I'm not aware of his credentials as a herpetologist. And the only herpetologist of record in these proceedings is Dr. Clemens. And I would submit that that provides a very strong basis for giving high credibility to the comments he shared with you. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate on behalf of the Zaytunjans to have this conversation with you. There is more work to be done to position this application for consideration by the Wetlands Agency within your jurisdiction, and we hope you will avail yourself of that opportunity to seek additional information or otherwise deny it as incomplete. Thank you.
Attorney Hollister.
Can you hear me? Yes. I guess my only response to that, Mr. Chairman and Commission members, is the interveners cannot just sit back and say there's more information. I'll give you an example. Mr. Logan said he was out on the site and identified what he thought was a hillside seep wetland. I hope that you all noticed that then he said, and we need to go evaluate its functions. Well, he was there on the site. Why didn't he evaluate its functions? You can't just say, I think there might be a wetland, we should investigate, and someday we should come up with the information. The interveners have an obligation. If they have proof of an adverse impact on a wetland or watercourse, this is the time to bring that forth now. They can't just sit back and say, we need more information. They have an obligation to prove what they claim. Thank you.
Shannon, want to open up to if there's anybody from the public that has any comments they'd like to put on the record?
Yep, what I do want to do is put 2 letters that we received on the record. So we'll start with these as a visual. I'll add them. So we received a letter of opposition from Rivers Alliance. It came in late Friday or over the weekend. And they are, again, it's part of the record. It's been shared. It's here on the screen. This is the second and final page of it, and it's been posted to the website. So these are all part of the record. And the second letter is from the Connecticut Botanical Society. This is an 11-page document that was submitted. Again, this has been shared and is entered into the record here this evening. And this meeting is recorded, the video and audio, so the document is being captured as part of the video recording. And that's the end of that item. So I'll leave this up for now, and we will go to public comment. So we ask anyone from the public that wishes to speak in favor or in opposition of the application to please raise your hand using the feature in Zoom, and then you will be called on. We ask when you are called on to please identify yourself. You need to state your name and address for the record, and then provide your comments. So if there's anyone that has called in that wishes to speak in favor or in opposition, please raise your hand at this time. Okay, I'm going to ask once again if there's anyone on that wishes to speak in favor or in opposition of the application, or to make comment on either of the intervener presentations. Any public comment regarding the presentation tonight or from the previous, from January 6th. Now is your opportunity to provide additional public comment. Okay, we got one. I don't know where they are. Here we go. Murray. Yep. So, okay. I believe it's Sheila Murray. You can go ahead and unmute your microphone and you can speak if you'd like.
Hi there, my name is Sheila Murray from 20 Prattling Pond Road in Farmington. So I'd like to speak in opposition. Prattling Pond Road got its name originally from the sound of the wood frogs, and we'd like to have those remain around in the area. Also, the range of a box turtle is 0.5 to 10 acres during its life. We'd just like to add that into the record. I'm in opposition, and Michael?
Yes, the turtles come up on our wood chips every year. Whether they lay their eggs up there or not, we're not sure. But they go back down again. They never bother us, but it's very nice to see them. They're quite large.
That's a comment from Michael Murray.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
One more time, folks.
Got one more.
Okay.
James
Fetterman. Okay, Mr. Fetterman, you should be.
Yes, my name is James Fetterman. I'm at 85 Prattling Pond Road, and I just can't. Yeah, a lot of this is about the geographical and the physical aspects of the construction and the impact on the wetlands. But I'm looking at 140 plus families that are moving into this area, very close to a sensitive area. And I just can't imagine. And this is, again, it's 7 by 24. They're out on weekends. They're all, you know, those people aren't just going to get in their car and drive someplace else. A lot of them will probably start, you know, expanding out into the area immediately. So I just think that one of the things is I didn't hear in a lot of the discussions was the impact of that many people, because, you know, it turns out that it's usually human intervention that is what creates a lot of disturbances on the wetlands, not just this construction aspect. So that's my concern. And so I am against the proposal as provided. And I do not support it.
Thank you for your comments.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else would like to speak in favor or opposition of the application or make comment on the intervener presentations that were made this evening? Okay, one more time, everyone, raise your hand using the Zoom feature if there are any public comments regarding this matter before us this evening. Oh. I got one more. Oh, Murray. Sheila, I think you should be able to go ahead and speak.
Yep, this is Sheila Murray again from 20 Prattling Pond Road. We just additionally wanted to add that it seemed, if I was understanding correctly, that I was hearing that about 75% of the surface water and the groundwater is being discharged at the southern point of into the landfill area. So I do have concern about the water coming into the landfill area and the waste containment system in regard to the landfill that is at the southern point.
We're worried about how.
We're very concerned about well water. We have wells. And we're very concerned about contamination in that regard, and that really hasn't been spoken about tonight. And the effect of the blasting, the drilling, and all of that that would carry on in regard to this. So
Definitely opposed to it.
again, we're just strongly opposed to all of this for those concerns. So thank you for hearing us tonight. That'll be it.
All right, thank you very much. No, I'm not seeing any other hands up.
So nobody else?
No, Mr. Chairman, there's no other hands indicating any individual wishing to speak regarding this matter from the public.
All right, so close that portion of it for tonight.
Yes.
Okay, based on the instructions that I've been given, I'm not sure how this next part's going to go. And that'll dictate sort of where we end up. It's the next two categories I have. It's intervener for Fitchman and the applicant cross-examination. So, and then it would be the intervener for inclusion.
Yep.
And cross-examining the applicant, and I believe they probably can go back and forth on that, but we'll see how that goes, because I'm tempted right now to hold off on any further commission questions to any of the interveners or the applicant until the next meeting. Because I've got a feeling we're going to be going a little bit late on this, and there's still other business to take care of. So with that, I guess we'll start with the intervener for Fitchman to cross-examine the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have some questions, and I'd like to begin with Ms. Raymond. Ms. Raymond, is it ever important to delineate wetlands off of a proposed development site?
In terms of, I mean, yes, yes.
But
I mean, you
wasn't-
actually physically, I mean, these wetlands adjacent to this development site, off-site, were delineated. Just flags were not put up in the field.
Did you go out and review those wetlands yourself?
Yes.
Okay, and did you take soil samples?
Well, you don't take them, you just look at it. But yes, I delineated the wetland based on industry standards throughout the corridor.
Did you take soil borings of that wetland that Mr. Logan described?
Yes, I didn't take them home with me, but I collected them in the field for observation and then allowed them to stay where they were collected from.
Yes, I wasn't suggesting that you would take them home and cuddle them.
Sometimes I do, if it's really good.
And now, did you also take a look at the species that were extant in that wetland?
Sure, yes.
Okay, and what did you find?
In that wetland, and it's been described in the report, the majority of that wetland, absent that small shelf that exists on the western boundary, but the dominant vegetation within the interior of that portion of the wetland is actually common reed. There's a little bit of a red maple swamp on the east side. And so just typical species there, red maple, silky dogwood, spice bush, etc. But in the corridor, and you can actually see it pretty clearly in the aerial, or even when we were out on the site, the dominant composition adjacent to the work area is common reed.
Okay, and would you agree there are wood frogs on the proposed development site?
On the proposed development site, as it exists to the south, that 14.2 acre piece, yes, we found evidence of wood frog breeding and development within the wetland.
Okay, and would you agree that the wood frog plays an integral part in nutrient cycling of wetlands?
You know, that has been, I've read the literature and I'm familiar with all of that. And I certainly think that the food web and the overall complexities of these areas are interdependent and intertwined. And so, yes, I see that potential, as well as the fingernail clams. I think they cycle, I think it's about 8% of primary productivity is fingernail clams, or can be cycled through fingernail clams. But the other part, I think you should, there's a lot of nutrient, well, there's a lot of algae in these systems now, but certainly, yes, the wood frogs are involved in the complexity and nutrient cycling within these areas.
And so do you have any dispute with Dr. Clemens' assertion that wood frogs, if they were harmed, would impact nutrient cycling within the wetlands?
Well, you know, a lot of these things, these types of systems, there's complexity to it, and there's uncertainty, and so I certainly agree with a lot of what Dr. Clemens says as it relates to natural history of amphibians and reptiles, but I can't suppose I can't really opine much further than that on this particular point.
Okay. Now, did you take any measurements or quantify what you felt might be the impacts on nutrient cycling?
Well, when we look at this system, how we see this area as it exists within the landscape, as it exists with Quarry Road, with the easements, we see a long swath to the south. And so we feel, and in advancing the project, that there will be no severance of breeding opportunities within these systems. So there's no quantification as to that impact, because we don't believe we believe any impact in that manner would be de minimis and not measurable.
And so why didn't you provide pre and post development calculations on the vernal pools expressed in acres and percentages?
I did, actually. It's on the figure. It's in both. It's just not summed, so you have to do that part yourself. But it is complete. It's in acres and percent. So if you sum the existing and the proposed, you get the total, which is 48%.
Okay. And now, did you make any study of the greater wildlife populations within the proposed development site?
In the upland area?
Yes, within the critical terrestrial habitat.
In terms of the focus of my work is specific to the wetlands. It's specific to wetlands. So as it relates to, I mean, there's certainly there would be no additional wildlife studies other than looking at wetland areas. So the answer to that question, I believe, would be no.
Do you disagree that the 750-foot critical terrestrial habitat is actually a biologically sound concept?
I think that it's a really important planning tool. I think it was derived. I mean, if you look at the metrics there, the 100-foot, that's pretty much, you know, the area that has been established to protect physical characteristics of wetlands. It's our basic up and review area. And we look at the 750, which has to do with dispersal vectors. I think that there needed to be some metrics, and so those were put forth at the time in 2002. And I think that it did provide an important planning tool for all of us to look at. But I do think that moving forward, and that there are always refinements of those areas. I certainly accept it as a great planning tool, but not every site is going to fit within that perfect box. And I think that I think the flexibilities and the other, and kind of like looking at overall features within certain corridors, such as put forth in the refinement, or perhaps an analog of the directional buffer concept, I think is important. But all of this is, I mean, the science is certainly evolving here. We're all learning a lot about these areas, and so I guess the long answer is that I certainly support it as a planning guide, and I think it provided a good basis in 2002. And what we really need is more empirical data to really help us kind of hone some of these decisions a little bit more finely.
Okay. And can you cite any literature that discredits the work in Calhoun and Clemens that establishes that critical terrestrial habitat as a meaningful zone in which to look for wildlife and impacts to wetlands?
Well, I mean, it's not a scientific document, the best development practices. It's a planning guide. Like, there's no, it's not, so the scientific papers that I read don't even really mention it, to be honest with you. So I think it definitely has its place. It's certainly, as you point out, it's on the Army Corps of Engineers website, along with the directional buffer guidance. But these are all tools that we need to look at and critically evaluate in site-specific criteria. They can't be evaluated in a vacuum.
Certainly. Would you agree, though, that the best practices document is itself accepted in the industry as a standard for the evaluation of wetlands impacts?
I can't, well, I mean, in some ways, but in other ways there are flaws in it, because I mean, if you look back at that dispersal vector diagram, I mean, you see on the wood frog, n equals 2. I mean, two species. So like I mean, I think it's a good way to, I mean, every scientific paper ends with, we get more data, basically. Not that that's a scientific paper, but I think that is, that's kind of the weak side of it, is that it's a planning guide.
Yeah. Is it your understanding that that document is not based on actual scientific research?
No, I think it is based on it, but I think that it has been, if you look at the way it's written more, it's a plan. I'd look at it as a planning guide.
Okay.
And I think that's how it appears. I mean, that's how it was subtitled.
And certainly, I mean, all scientific research that's applied in the field is used as a guideline for work that's done in the field, correct?
I'm not sure I'm following with that one. Sorry.
Okay, I'll move on. So now you said the science is evolving. Isn't that true for all science?
I guess maybe not necessarily everywhere, but I think that certainly the technology is evolving. I should probably have described that as much, because of the things like the genome and trackers and other types of tools that can help in certain situations like this. They would be very beneficial.
Sure, and just because that we are constantly upgrading our scientific knowledge and methodologies and technology, that doesn't mean that the science that we have is just disregarded, because we'd never get to a point where we felt comfortable relying on it, correct?
No, and I would never suggest that myself, so I agree.
Okay, and I guess I'll go over to I have a few questions for Mr. Daly. Mr. Daly, did you do any examination of the bedrock profile on the site?
No.
Did you take rock borings or dig down into the bedrock?
No, we're not the geotechnical engineer on the project.
Oh, did your firm actually do
No.
that work?
Nope. No, the previous studies were done by Clarence Welty for a different developer. And those were just test pits.
Okay. And how deep did those test pits go?
To bedrock.
Okay, so they didn't actually penetrate the bedrock?
No.
So are you aware of any study that describes what the bedrock fracturing looks like across the site and how it may vary?
I've not seen one, and I'm not a geotechnical engineer.
So depending on the way the bedrock fractures, the amount and direction of groundwater seepage could change dramatically depending on that fracturing, could it not?
I don't think you're really asking a question there. Anything's possible.
Okay,
But
but
I don't understand your question. Are you saying the bedrock is fractured? Do you have studies to say so?
well, actually, that's my question. Do you have studies that to tell you whether the bedrock is fractured or not?
No. But your question said if it was fractured, then
Yes,
what
it's
was
a
the result?
hypothetical.
Oh,
So if,
well, I can't answer it because it's hypothetical.
okay, so if the bedrock were fractured, wouldn't that impact the amount and potentially the direction of groundwater flow?
That is a very broad question. And to say the entire, you could have one fracture in the entire bedrock. I mean, bedrock changes throughout the site. I can't even answer that question.
Okay.
Fracture is not a uniformal thing. It's not fractured or not fractured. It's different throughout. It may be different 10 feet over from one boring.
Yes, in fact, that was one of the points I was trying to make. But doesn't groundwater tend to follow bedrock fractures when it flows through bedrock?
Not necessarily.
No,
Those fractures could be silted up, as Mr. Logan said. They could be silted up and groundwater can flow in other directions. The fractures could be so small that the groundwater is at a higher level and it's actually, there's not enough capacity in those fractures. So I don't know what a fracture is. It could be a millimeter thick. It could be 3 feet thick, and that would dramatically change.
Okay.
So
Sure.
I don't have any information on the subsurface rock characteristics, so I can't even answer that question.
Okay. So, but bedrock that doesn't have fractures is going to be less transmissive to water than bedrock that does have fractures. Is that not true?
I'm not a geotechnical engineer, but possibly, yeah, possibly.
So it's also then possible that the groundwater doesn't necessarily flow in a concurring fashion to the surface water flow in the surface topology, correct?
Well, anything's possible, but that's not what the test pits and at least the test pits that Welty prepared didn't indicate that.
But as you said, the test pits didn't go into bedrock, and you don't know whether the bedrock is fractured, correct?
But the test pits upgrading of the ridge line and the upper side did hit groundwater. And I would assume if rock is fractured, it's fractured. You can't use test pits in one area and say, oh, well, it didn't have it there, but we're taking advantage up top that did hit groundwater. So there was clearly, he did test pits throughout, and the upper ones in the upper watershed did hit groundwater at ledge. And actually the groundwater was coming in above the ledge layer. It was seeping in the sidewall. So there could be a high dense layer of silty material on top of the ledge fracture, and the water never even gets to it. So you're asking very general questions and trying to get specific answers. It's not something I feel comfortable answering.
Okay, but it's fair to say that you just don't have enough knowledge to understand the site-specific groundwater regime at this location.
Correct. I've not seen a study to that effect.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, and that concludes my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ainsworth. Attorney Hollis.
I have one question for Mr. Logan, if he's available.
I'm available.
Mr. Logan, you, on January 9th, you said you were out on the site and you came across what you believe to be a hillside seepage wetland. Why did you, if you thought it was a wetland, why did you not conduct a wetland functional assessment of that area?
Are we talking about the hillside seepage that's off-site that we've been talking a lot about, or another one?
What you talked about tonight, the hillside seepage wetland. You said it was wet on the surface.
Right.
You thought it was, you accused Ms. Raymond of not mapping it as a wetland. Why did, if you thought it was a wetland?
No. We're talking about two different things, Mr. Hollister. I think you're talking about the little depressional area that I saw from the edge of the property that looked wet to me, which I've requested for additional information on. Isn't that right?
Okay, why did you not evaluate that area as for its wetland functionality?
Well, I didn't evaluate it because I had an issue with going on the property and evaluating something that I hadn't been invited to do so.
But you were on the property evaluating its wetland, its moisture.
No, you misunderstood me. The area we're talking about, which I showed a little figure, which was a little blue thing, yeah. That is something that I saw from the property boundary, which is just up there. And I noticed the patterns, and I noticed that there was a slightly depressional area. It looked to me wet. It looked like there was water emanating from that, rolling down the hill. And so I don't want to presume that I'm going to go test it and evaluate it. I'd rather, the applicant do that, not myself.
But Mr. Logan, you, in this slide, you identified it as a potential wetland. Why did you not take the next step?
I think we're going around in circles here, Attorney Hollister.
I guess not. Well, if you don't have an answer, then we're going around in circles. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. I guess is it Attorney Shanley next?
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Attorney Hollister?
I don't have any more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Just want to thank everybody because that went quicker than I had anticipated. Okay, Shannon, this is to you. Because we still need to deal with the conservation portion tonight.
Right.
I'm just wondering if we would be better off holding off till the next meeting to have the commission question the applicant and the interveners? Or do we want to try and do that tonight? Because we still have 1179 on the agenda, correct?
Yeah, but that's just me.
Okay.
It's nothing other than me providing the update that was in the email and agenda review to all of you. they aren't on the phone. There's no new additional information. It's 2 minutes tops. I guess my only concern with that, so whether you do questions here under wetlands and we add it all into public record for the Conservation Commission, we might be better off having those questions get out in now, and then it's in the public record and part of the entire record, then that can be brought into the Conservation Commission. And then if there's any additional questions based on any additional information provided by the applicant or either of the interveners, then we can tackle that on the Conservation Commission.
Okay, so we'll proceed. So we'll start with commission questions for the applicant. Dave?
I guess I'm pretty overwhelmed by what I've been reading all afternoon and listening to all evening. I really don't have any questions for the applicant at this time.
Okay, Robert?
Yeah, certainly we've heard a lot of information, and because some of the written information came in right before the meeting, I agree that we're probably going to need some additional time to assess and evaluate all of that. I do have one point that I'd like to raise with the applicant and the applicant's team, and that's sort of what assurances could be provided or what additional assessment could be made on the ribbon snake habitat. I think that, you know, my thought is overall, we just have some conflicting information between the applicants and opponents, including that of the professionals. So the commission is just going to have to evaluate that. But the one area that I think is a little out of the norm for the commission to deal with is the unique habitat and unique endangered species of the ribbon snake. So I just want to know if there's any additional information that can be provided by the applicant to further assess whether they're there and what protections could be offered, assuming that they are there, even if they're not immediately found given the time of year it was assessed.
Commissioner Eisner, this is Tim Hollister. I assume you understand our initial position that the commission doesn't have jurisdiction over ribbon snakes per se, but I'll let Ms. Raymond respond.
Sure, certainly. Thank you. So the ribbon snake is a state listed species in Connecticut. It's a state listed species of special concern. It's a species that's found primarily in wetlands, in shallow water areas adjacent to grasses and small shrubs or slow moving streams. So there's certainly components of the wetland corridor on and adjacent to the site that provide that habitat. I hadn't seen that observation until, and the forums provided until yesterday. And I was looking at the photos that Mr. Davidson inserted in his application, and I could tell by the photographs, primarily, and you could actually see it too if you blow them up, but where that observation was collected was at the far southern extent of the wetland as it extends actually off-site to that scrub shrub corridor. You can see the power lines kind of coming down the slope from the old landfill, and you can see straight ahead in the photo the concrete abutment features that exist right on Quarry Road there. So that's the orientation there, and the picture through the scrub shrub swamp is looking west, and you can see a wetland flag on the easement. But what we've done, obviously, so one of the primary considerations here is that we are not touching the habitat. We're not touching the wetland. There'll be no impact to the preferred habitat for the species. But as well, what we have included on the site plans and what's typical in working with areas with listed reptilian habitat, which is the erection of hire an herpetologist to conduct a survey of the site. And then prior to installing the silt fence, And then once the silt fence perimeter is up, you do another sweep in the interior just to make sure nothing's trapped, and you relocate anything that's trapped outside of that perimeter. As well, you provide handouts or kind of information to contractors that may be working on the site as to what to look out for and what to do if they encounter something. So those are the protections that we've looked to include. And those are the standard conditions that we do receive back from Natural Diversity Database. We do a lot of work in the 10-mile river corridor, and that's a common species, it's a common hit in that corridor. So those are common inclusions on our site plans and working with those types of things. But the biggest criteria here is that we're not touching the wetland corridor, and actually where our work is proposed compared to where that siting occurred is a distance of about 1,600 feet. So we have a nice distance spread between the two. At that point, obviously it's mobile. It can move through the corridor, but we're looking to protect it in those manners.
Thank you, Ms. Berman. Thank you, Attorney Hollister. End of my questions.
All right, Mark?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
All right. I have a question on the similar subject matter to Megan, and about the ribbon snake. By looking into that information and what was provided, where the location of the ribbon snake was found, and trying to do some search on the internet, I'm not an expert on the snake at all, but it seems, as you said, it likes to be around marshy areas, grassy areas and things like that. So I would like to ask you the question, would it be my assumption this thing would live near the water, but probably living along the grassy area of the gas line right away? And would any type of, if that's where you think it would be, would any type of work done by the gas company to minimize how much growth is in there, would that affect the habitat of the snake?
It's an interesting question. I think that the answer to your first point, yes, I think preferred habitat is exactly what you've just described. It's that sort of juxtaposition with the scrubby shrub to the south, and we have a lot of the emergent grasses within the corridor itself with these depressions and some slow moving surface flow. As it relates to the corridor maintenance, there could be the potential for conflict there through time. But but the one nice thing in that is that again, I don't know what their maintenance situation is like, but we do have pretty strong groundwater there. We have and in the depressions that we're looking at, those excavated areas, we had pretty deep standing water. So I think that intrinsically again, I guess I'm sort of getting out on a limb. I don't know, because I don't know exactly what the maintenance components could kind of uncover. God forbid there's some kind of leak or something, but I think general routine maintenance wouldn't be in conflict. I'm not sure if I answered your question, but I guess the first part is yes, preferred habitat in that area.
Yeah, that's what I thought, and that's that is probably the area I would be. If there's concern about this snake, that is where it would probably reside. And by what I saw on the internet, and as I said, I'm nowhere near an expert, but that's what I got the feeling where it would reside, just so it could have easy access to hunt for its favorite food. The only other question is not for you, but Bob, I think the only concern I have is trying to get a better handle about the water going into the vernal pools, the discharge. Not that it's going into the basins, but the water being diverted and potentially other sources of water going in. So I feel like I need more time and more information to know for sure if that's doing what it's supposed to do to replenish the water going into the vernal pools. That's it.
Okay. Thanks, Ned.
Yeah, I guess the question would be for Megan. When we were out on the field visit, we beat back some bushes and we found one of the pipes that it's running from the vernal pools into the area where the basin would be going under Quarry Road. Now, how many pipes total are there?
There are 3 pipes there. There are 3 24-inch diameter reinforced concrete pipes.
Okay, so the one we saw, I know the invert was at least several feet above where the water level of the pond was at the time. So are they all pretty much set at the same elevation, or are some lower or higher?
They're all pretty similar. They're all within 1/10 of a foot.
Okay, so then whether the way it is, whether it's designed or not, that's only going to be flowing, the vernal pool is only going to be flowing into the basin on the other side during very high water times, correct?
Yeah, it doesn't even really, there's not even a real, I'm trying to look at that contour looking down here. You recall how that depression sat lower than the surrounding surface. We don't
Right.
actually have a great spot. That 354.9 is not, well, actually that could be, no, that doesn't look, 354.9 and 354 because that says it's higher. I mean, obviously the gradient is that direction, but that feature you can see pretty clearly. There's about, I don't know, there's about probably 16 inches of difference in elevation between the surface water as we saw it, and as is typically seen to the invert of the pipe.
So in other words, like without a constant flow of water, you know, this thing is normally only flowing during high flow periods, then you have less risk of egg sacs or whatever running out of the vernal pool, correct?
Correct. There doesn't, from the times that I was out there, there wasn't ever surface flow through those pipes, and everything was confined within those excavated depressions adjacent to the culvert, or excavated depression, I should say.
Okay. That's what I thought I saw out there, and I just wanted to make sure because I know we only saw one of the pipes. They were kind of buried into the bushes pretty good. Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Ned. Jay?
Can you hear me? I want to just make sure I unmuted myself.
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. This is very overwhelming. I wish I could say I had some questions, but not at this point, so thank you. I'm all set for now.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I do have some. In terms of the wildlife management plans, I'm assuming that you're proposing the wildlife management plans for the different species of turtles that Dr. Clemens had mentioned, and also the ribbon snake?
Correct.
You're making the assumption that they're present and then trying to develop a way to mitigate any adverse impact with them on the site, correct?
That's correct. That's correct. It's, or just not so much that they're present, but that the potential exists is probably a better way to characterize it.
And I don't know if you've dealt with this in the past, but I'll ask anyway. I mean, my understanding and talking with people over the years is that some of these species that may be listed, they're very difficult to find. So when you're in that position of, you know, you can spend 30 days looking for something and never see it. But yet if you make the assumption that it's there and you provide that mitigation measure, isn't that a better way to go? I mean, so that way if they're not there, they're still protected, you know what I mean?
Right, exactly. That's the idea. I mean, and that's sort of, you know, with habitat management and looking at wildlife habitat in general. I mean, you preserve, the idea is that the temporal scale for studies can be limited, and so if you protect habitat and provide mechanisms for conservation measures, then utilization will remain. So that is exactly the approach with that particular component of the design.
And I know at the original start of the public hearing, one of Dr. Clement's comments about the basins was they could act as decoy pools. And I'm assuming that's part of the reason why you've now modified the plans to incorporate the fence. But I just want to make sure that the fencing that you're proposing, that's around both of the detention basins, correct? As a
Yes.
way to try to keep any of them out of that area.
Yes, it's a company that specializes in barriers to frogs specifically, and so it's a small, shallow 12-inch curb almost, but narrow, that'll exist around the top of both basins, as shown in the blue. Thank you, Shannon. In that area, and there's a little detail of it up in that corner. We've used that. We used that on a site in Danbury recently, and had good success with its installation. It was easy for the contractors to get in, and it's been holding up over a couple seasons so far. I haven't. It's only been a few, two years up there, but.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and going back to an earlier question, I went back and took a look at the pipe inverts, both for inflow into the 3 pipes and the outflow. And there is a little bit of a difference. So from what I can tell, whatever type of drainage may be coming out of the basins, that is not flowing upstream into the wetland area that has the vernal pool.
Correct.
And then what I'm curious about is you identify location of a vernal pool, but the 100-foot envelope you've extended around the entire wetland. So towards the north, is that a little bit further away from the vernal pool location? I mean, because if you got the vernal pool back more on the southern end of it, you've got more than 100 feet from the vernal pool. So doesn't that extend quite a ways from the vernal pool? Because the whole wetlands is not the vernal pool, correct?
Correct. No, and the whole wetland. I'm not sure if you're looking. Maybe it was one of the diagrams. I don't think
the map that's up right now is kind of what I'm going by.
Okay, no, that has 2 lines. So we have the large, or the line that's sort of running through the basins and up through the access. That's the 150-foot upland review area, and then a subset of that is the 100-foot vernal pool envelope there that
Right.
extends. Right.
You put the hand right on the vernal pool. If you can do that.
The hand is right there. Exactly. It's right there.
Okay, so all I'm getting at is if that's where the vernal pool is located and you had the 100-foot envelope, you've included a lot more footage to expand that 100-foot envelope per se, because it looks like you may be like 200, 225 feet to the north that you've expanded that 100-foot envelope from the actual location of the vernal pool. I think you did that on the other vernal pool that's located to the south, is you used the boundary of the wetland to create that 100-foot envelope.
So this is the 100-foot envelope here. So here's the outline of the vernal pool. Megan, correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct.
Okay, so that whole delineation, that's the vernal pool?
Correct.
This is the vernal pool inside. Here's the wetland out here.
Okay.
And then this is the vernal pool. There's a little hatch in there. So there's a hatch in here. So this smaller area is the vernal pool, and that's where that 100-foot measurement's being taken from.
Okay, thank you. Because I saw it on the map with an arrow going to, this is the vernal pool. So I just wanted, okay, I'm clear now. Thank you.
Yeah.
And following up on this area, I'm looking at the roadway in particular. It almost looks like you've incorporated some type of a turnaround halfway up from where the road currently ends up to the property. What's the rationale for that? This is probably for Tom.
Yes, for the record, Tom Daly, that's just a little apron for a potential, there is additional developable land on that side. We've done no studies. We have no plans for that. But if we're going to build a road, we thought, put a little apron so you don't have to go rip up the road or later on if you ever had to do some development over on that side.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with fire trucks or public safety
No,
along
no.
those lines?
No, we've run a fire truck around the entire property and it just does it without that. That's just a future connection. And you'll see on the utility plan, we actually stubbed out a couple utilities over in that direction, but have no plan at this time to do anything.
Yeah, and
Okay,
Tom,
and that sort of boulevard entrance going into the property itself,
Correct.
have to have an 18-foot wide roadway?
Yes.
Why?
Well, once you have, it's been, you can have a 12-foot lane, typically when you drive down the road, it's 12 foot, right? But you don't have a center island. You don't hug the curb. So what you need to do is you can't let people hit the curb. So the 18-foot is enough to get a fire truck up there and not encroach, be so confined that people are jumping the curb.
Okay, because where I'm going with my questioning is I'm just curious if there's a way to design the road and basically eliminate any regrading along the southern edge of that roadway and create one less area that we have to worry about for potential erosion flowing towards the wetland area.
This is the area just above, the vernal pool you're probably commenting on,
Yeah.
right in that shoulder.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know because the existing quarry road ends just outside the 100-foot.
Understood.
And as we ramp up, so I don't think as we ramp up into the site, I don't know if we can ever avoid all the grading over in that corridor. I really don't, because we're trying to wind up the hill. And even if we eliminated that hammerhead going into the thing, it would that grading you're seeing on the side there is really just to build the road up the hill.
Okay. Unfortunately, I don't have the map in front of me, but I wrote down a lot of the comments. It looks like CCB9 drains around the basin. So that's the one, I think, all the way. You've got a basin in the center of the property, and that drains down to the northeastern corner, I think.
Let's see if we can zoom in here. And this is probably the map you were looking at when you're creating your questions. CCB.
It's more towards the northern end of the site, but it looks like it's more in the center of the property. Yeah, I think it's that one by the 395 and 396 contour, just to the right of the hand.
Yep. So
okay.
that's a catch basin. There's basically at the top of the slope, water is coming, at the top of slope around. It enters that catch basin, and then that goes, Shannon, if you just scroll down, that does not go through the detention basin because it's all clean water above. That's from offsite watershed.
Okay, but that's also going to tie in with if you're using any type of chemicals and stuff on the lawn. So, okay.
No. It's really back a house here. The intent here is if you can see the 402 contour just above there, that's a swale at the top of the slope, and that's directing to there. If need be, we could vegetate this area with more of a meadow grass. So it's not a manicured lawn. That was really not the intent of that area to be a lawn area.
Okay.
But it's really to take all, the clean water off site, but it was not to be a manicured lawn in that area.
Okay, then, and also following up manhole number 7, the drainage from that water system, which is the one to the left of that ties into the northern detention basin and has a hydrodynamic separator.
Correct.
Manhole 26 drains to the southern detention basin that has a hydrodynamic separator.
Correct.
However, if you scroll down to the left, the southern part of the site, all the way up to the roadway, my understanding is you've got to the left of the road, the little box where you have the sediment chamber on the roadway,
Yes.
but you have drainage that you're picking up from the parking lot and everything else, but there's no hydrodynamic separator prior to going into the detention bit, or I'm sorry, into the wetland area. So is that just an omission? Because I would think that there should be some type of a hydrodynamic separator there as well.
Well, I think Shannon, if you can zoom out a little bit. So all the site, all drainage goes to from the pavement and the building, except for the 2 catch basins in Quarry Road, all goes to the detention basins through a hydrodynamic separator. As you can see, we really have a separate system. The system that I think you were talking about.
To the south. I didn't see a single hydrodynamic separator tying in there. You have the sediment chamber in the roadway, but the rest of the pickup for the parking lot in that area, you've got, and the inverts show that you're draining into.
But that run is not picking up any parking lot.
Yeah, that's the clean part.
So if you, Shannon, if you zoom in, boy, this is so much easier when we're in person together. Huh? So we have, Shannon, you see the darker, so we have this small run where Shannon has her hand.
Right.
That is just picking up 2 catch basins and 3 catch basins, and it's going through a sediment tank.
Yep.
The pipe that is next to that coming down the hill receives no parking lot drainage. That is a drain at the toe of the slope. So that's all off-site drainage.
Okay.
And it's picking up, the parking lot is not draining to that. The parking lot is all curved there, and that's going to the drainage system in the parking lot. That's just a toe of slope, and it comes all the way down through there. So we did not add a hydrodynamic separator there because it's all from off-site sources.
Okay, because I was looking and
yeah, I mean,
it was.
It looked like you could look at and
as small as they are, it's tough.
Yeah, you could look at that and you could think that in fact the parking lot was draining to those up by garage A and garage B. That's not the case. That's actually all curved, and it's actually pitching away from that area and into the catch basins into the parking lot. That drainage system is solely catching the watershed from off-site.
Okay. No, thank you. That clarifies that for me. I mean, that's all I have at this time. I mean, but again, the next meeting's another story. So thank you. I appreciate your comments on that. So now, if commission members have any questions for intervener Fishman?
Correct. So we should
Dave?
just run through everybody again.
Hi, yeah, I guess I have one quick question for Mr. Logan.
Sure, I'm here.
You were talking a lot about the 0.56 acre seepage wetland. Is that wetland the edge of what the applicant had delineated as wetland, or was that something beyond that line?
It's more or less the area that the applicant put a line, which in my view is not a delineation, it's sort of an arbitrary straight line, but it's approximately where the seepage wetland that I observed is.
Okay. So it's not really expanding it, you're just describing it in a different way.
Well, it probably expands a little bit, because if you look at the topography and their wetland edge, it doesn't coincide. It looks like it goes across topography instead of following topography, which is one of the reasons that I said that this is not, it's an incorrect way of depicting the wetland boundary. But in generally, just to be fair, it's in the general location, the same place we're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Robert?
All set.
Okay, thank you. Mark?
I'm all set.
Okay, thank you. Ned?
I'm too brain dead right now.
Okay. Jay?
Ned, you took the words right out of my mouth. I have some thoughts, but they probably will be more germane since we're continuing this hearing at the end of when we complete it. I have a couple of thoughts that I'll share, but no questions right now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Actually, I have a couple of questions for Dr. Clemens. In your report, I just want to make sure that I understand this correctly. So where you state that Jefferson salamanders occur in vernal pools on the ridge top, so it's unlikely that they would be found at the low end, kind of what we're talking about with this particular site. Is that correct?
What I was trying to say, Evan, was this whole concept of the connections between the bridge, top, and the pooled wetland. I would expect not Jefferson salamanders, but often with the Jefferson salamanders at the top of the ridge, it's not uncommon to have blue spotted salamanders, which they hybridize at the base of the ridge. We know that there are Jefferson salamanders scattered in vernal pools on top of Top Cook Mountain. And one of the species I would have been looking for in this wetland system would have been blue spotted salamanders. That's the couplet that occurs between those two species.
Okay, no, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I understood that. And then the other question I have for you is with the applicant taking the position based, again, I think this is partially because of one of your comments at the original public hearing, and the basins possibly acting as decoy pools. Are you satisfied with one, taking the position that the ribbon snake and the turtles could be present, so you do that and develop a mitigation plan, but then also around the basins, putting in the barrier to prevent the detention basins from becoming decoy pools?
Oh, it's all good questions. Let's start with the first. I believe the fence of 12 inches is insufficient to contain wood frogs. You only have to see a wood frog cross a road and see that they leap a lot higher than 12 inches. So that fence will be insufficient to exclude wood frogs. That's the first thing. There's no doubt in my mind that the ribbon snake is present. The habitat is optimal for it. And in fact, the management of the gas pipeline actually creates optimal habitat, both for the ribbon snake, which we know is there, as well as box turtle. My concern with the ribbon snake, it's very wide ranging. And if it's there, it's up and down that corridor. And so my next question is how much is this development, which does cleave the corridor, going to affect the movement of the ribbon snake? And the ribbon snakes feed on the wood frogs too, and many other things. But there's a whole ecosystem, which I think we're failing to really grasp by this sort of very balkanized, silo-like approach to looking at the site. Where clearly there is wetland south and wetlands north, and there's connections. And those connections severed could be reasonably likely it was unreasonable harm to the wetland and to the nutrient cycling within the wetland.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know. Bob, you're on mute. I don't know if you, that's intentional.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
So start with commission members if they have any questions for intervener Katusian. So Dave?
I can't think of any at this point, not really.
Okay. Robert?
None at this time, thank you.
Mark?
I have none.
Ned?
No questions right now.
Jay?
No, I don't have any questions either. Thank you.
Nor do I.
Okay. Alrighty.
Okay, so we did the public comment and questions.
Yes.
So we know that we need to keep this open.
Correct.
So can I get a motion? We'll do these one at a time. Can I get a motion?
Mr. Chair, if I may, just
Yes.
briefly, if the commission could decide if they want to keep this open for any additional material that comes in or solely for the purpose of receiving the Conservation Commission report.
The last part of that comment was kind of soft, so I didn't really hear.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm tired too, along with everybody else. I apologize. It would be helpful if the commission, as we're continuing this, decides whether or not we're holding this open to receive any additional information, or if this is being held open specific to receive the Conservation Commission report. That's got to come back to the Inland Wetlands Commission. It's certainly up for you folks to decide. It's a point that it would be helpful so that we understand the parameters, and if we are going to receive additional information or allow that, what are the parameters under which we're going to allow that from a timing standpoint?
Well, seeing is how we're really looking at all of them, why don't we discuss that general concept? Dave?
I was kind of under the impression that we would have a chance to look at this material and maybe ask questions next time. Is that correct?
Yeah, but that's material that's already in.
Oh, okay. Yeah. As long as we have that opportunity, I'm good with that.
Robert?
I would lean towards leaving it open for 2 weeks for any comment. I think there's a lot of information in the record. There's a lot of information that came in late before the meeting, and there's obviously significant interest in the application. So I would leave it open for 2 weeks unrestricted.
Okay, thank you. Mark?
I'm in favor of holding it open for another 2 weeks.
For information to come in?
That's correct.
Okay, Ned?
Well, getting back to where we started, if we hold it open for another 2 weeks, I think we should make it like another 10 days or something. I don't want to be in the same circumstance where, we get a bunch of new information on the afternoon of the meeting. That just makes everything impossible to get to. So, I mean, if we're going to leave this open for additional information, we need to shut it at whatever, something several days prior to the meeting. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, Jay?
I agree with Ned. I was thinking that. Thank you, Ned, for saying that. I was thinking to avoid this again, as long as it's legitimate for us to set, a limit of when we would receive new information, I would be in favor of that as well.
Okay, I'm kind of along the same boat, and what I'm just quickly looking at the calendar, because the 15th is a holiday. I mean, I think if people can get comments in, if they've got any additional information or comments by the 11th, that way it can maybe, the information can get out by the weekend. With that Monday being a holiday, it's going to make that much less time that's available. So I would be happy to entertain a motion to keep it open, but any additional written comments coming in have to be in by the 11th.
I'll make that motion, Statchen.
Second, Jay.
Okay. Anybody have any other comments on it, or are we ready to go with a vote?
Voting just on the, with respect to when we're receiving additional information, we will then have to have vote on the continuance of each item separately, just so we're clear.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We're voting on when we will allow additional information to come in, but we
Right.
still have to do the vote on the continuance of each item individually.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, abstaining. Okay, so now can I get a motion to continue the Fitchman intervenor petition?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Dave will second.
Okay, just go to a straight vote. Those in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, can I get a motion to continue the Ketusian intervenor petition?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Dave will second again.
Okay. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then can I get a motion to continue the application to receive the Conservation Commission report?
So moved.
Is there a second?
We'll second again.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Does that cover it for you, Shannon?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Ned, you're enjoying making all those motions, aren't you?
You bet. We're consistent.
We are, that's true.
So I guess for old business,
Okay.
we have the 1179 Farmington Avenue.
And
Good night.
just for.
Good night.
Good night. Take care. Thanks.
Good night, thank you.
We're
Just for,
done with 402 Farmington for the night.
no, well, we'll come back for the Conservation Commission, correct? Right? So
That is correct.
right. So,
God.
yeah. No, this has to go on for Conservation Commission.
Yep.
Sorry, folks.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, just real brief. This was sent to all of you in your agenda review packages. So this has a letter from Attorney Galsky along with photos that were submitted with respect to the wood piles that were discussed during the meeting on at the end of January, the second meeting in January. So he just wanted those submitted for the record. So they were shared with all of you. There is no new information, additional information at this particular time. So that's it with respect to that matter. Okay, and then planners report, I don't have anything else to share this evening, so it would be we're to approval of the minutes for January 22nd.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second?
Second by Eisner.
Any comments, corrections? Okay, those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstaining? So be it. So at 10:35, we'll close the wetlands portion of the meeting, and at 10:35, we'll start the Conservation Commission. So the quirk in this one is once upon a time, Wetlands and Conservation Commission did not function as the same entity. And I'm trying to get my papers together over here because everything is all piling up and it's late and I'm tired. There's a reason why we need to take this up, because my understanding was that the intervener request that came in from Fishman was to the Wetlands and Conservation Commission. And as such, the language that is in our regs is that the Conservation Commission shall deal with it. So unfortunately, we do have to deal with the intervener petition as it relates to the Conservation Commission. So is that about where we were at with that, Shannon?
Correct.
And my understanding is that what we are supposed to be doing is looking at the petition to intervene and determine whether or not the specific claims made in that petition are associated with an activity of the Conservation Commission.
Correct.
Okay. And the specific aspects of the petition to intervene are those items identified in 3 on first and second page, where it's 3A, 3B, 3C, and 3D. Those are the 4 specific claims that they made.
Correct.
That's correct, right, Shannon?
That's correct.
So everybody's gone through and presented all of their information as best I can tell. So what we need to do is determine whether or not any of these 4 activities specified in the petition directly relate to the Conservation Commission.
I gotta back you up a little bit, Bob.
Okay.
Fortunately, we have to, procedurally, we have to go through the process. So we have to accept the intervener petition for
Okay.
Conservation Commission, like we did at the start. And then we have to make a motion to have all the reports, testimony, and evidence from inland wetlands entered into the record for Conservation Commission. And then we should make sure and check in with the applicant and intervener to see if there's any additional information that's separate and distinct that's Conservation Commission related that they need to add to the record. So I'm sorry, but there are a couple of things that we need to do
No,
first.
that's fine. Again, I probably have it here somewhere, but again, if I
So
shoot through the papers all night long, it's,
No, that's okay. I've got it. So what we're going to need is someone to make a motion, just like we did at the start of the Inland Wetlands Commission, to accept, to grant intervener status to Dr. Fitchman. So we need a motion and a second and any discussion if there is any.
This is Mark, so moved.
is there a second?
Second, Ned.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, abstaining, okay. And then we need a motion to accept all of the reports and information from inland wetlands.
Correct. Into the record for Conservation Commission.
So can we get a motion for that?
Making a motion to accept the records from the inland wetlands to the Conservation Commission.
It's Mark, second.
Okay. Those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, abstaining? Okay.
Okay.
And now do we need to check with each of the
Correct.
parties? Not parties, because two are interveners.
Well, and again, Zaytujan doesn't have standing, so it's just Fitchman for Conservation Commission.
That's true, yes.
And it's not a public hearing, right? So it's just the applicant, it's just Fitchman with respect to Conservation Commission.
So with that being the case, I don't know if Attorney Ainsworth is still on.
I'm here.
Okay. So have you been following our dialogue?
I have with relish.
Okay. So as far as, I guess, information, do you have anything new that you need to present, or has, you know, with a couple of rounds that have been presented and made public, is that pretty much the whole package?
And
As it
if you,
relates to conservation.
yes, and if we're incorporating, I was going to ask if you didn't do it, that you would incorporate the record from the wetlands because it's the same people, the same information. Let me just ask if Mr. Clemens and Mr. Logan are present. Were to either of them, was there any information that you withheld from your presentation because you were waiting to put it into Conservation Commission separately, or did you make your full presentations earlier?
I did not. I was hoping for an opportunity to talk about the larger conservation ramifications.
Okay, and I'll come back to that, Dr. Clemens. George Logan, did you reserve any information that you wanted to present in the larger conservation context to the Commission?
I think most of the information that I would have presented in the conservation context have already been put in the report so I'd be basically speaking off the report.
Okay, if you did your full presentation, then I don't need you to repeat that. So, but I'll make you available for questions if the Conservation Commission has any particular questions. But Dr. Clemens, what is it that you'd like to elucidate regarding the larger conservation ramifications of what's going on in this application?
Well, I guess we kept on getting this yin and yang with Attorney Hollister about what we could talk about and what was relevant and what was not relevant. And I think now it gives a chance really to talk about the larger conservation ramifications of this large corridor. And I tried to keep my comments confined more to wetland dependent species, but this corridor that is mapped in the Farmington Valley Biodiversity Project, maybe we can find that slide back on the slide deck, please, Shannon. I don't remember which one it is, but it's the one that shows, it's in. Oh, one more. That's it. That's it. Go back. Thank you. So this really gets to the larger conservation issues here. If you look at the large gray stippled area where the blue arrow goes to, that's the interconnection between those two nodes of high biodiversity value to the north and south. The whole idea of this biodiversity interconnection area, or colloquially called wildlife corridor, is that it serves as a dispersal route and connection for not just wetland dependent species, but for a whole range of biodiversity that is called out in the report. Now, we've been sort of carefully trying to confine ourselves just to wetland species, but there's a lot more at stake here than just the wetland species. And we've even had discussion about what wetland species we can be talking about. In this instance, the box turtles, the ribbon snakes, spotted turtles, blue spotted salamanders, as well as a variety of plants and other terrestrial species now come into play. So I do think in the context of conservation, this is a very, very important area, and an area where, again, this development will sever or in large part cut off those two biodiversity nodes, one from another. So that's really, I wasn't quite sure whether the testimony I was giving before was designed to do double duty. You've answered my question now. So there's much more at stake in this corridor than wetland dependent species.
And
that really is what I'm trying to say.
fair enough. Let me ask you a question. There was some talk during the wetlands presentation that the biodiversity project and the critical terrestrial habitat concept was unsettled science, or wasn't actually science. It was some sort of planning guidance, as if it were some lesser form. Do you have any comments on that?
I certainly do have comments on that. Go back to my notes, I made some notes. There was a team of 15 scientists who developed this. It wasn't just developed by Aram Calhoun and myself. We gathered scientists from most of the states in the Northeast, people that worked for for example, Al Bryce, who worked for New York State, Chris Reithel from Rhode Island. We had academics from the University of Maine, Betsy Coburn, who wrote the definitive work on vernal pool invertebrates. We all gathered together to discuss the challenges that vernal pools were facing. As part of this guidance, this scientifically informed planning tool. It's not a planning tool per se, it's a scientifically informed planning tool. We actually looked at no fewer than 55 peer-reviewed pieces of scientific literature from major journals. So yes, it's a planning tool. It's the best sort of planning tool. It's when you take science and actually put it into practical use. Part of the problem with so much academic science is that it stays in academia. This was an opportunity to take academia and bring it into the land use domain, which is what we did. It still is viewed as the sort of definitive planning tool for this matter. I think it's very clear that the 750 feet contain about 95% of the population. If you looked, I believe it's the next picture, Shannon, the next slide. Yes, you can see right here that the distances are greater of movements. Now, when Megan mentioned the N equals 2, it isn't 2 animals, it was 2 different studies. Again, we have several different studies that get to these distances. So by no means is 750 feet containing all the biomass that breeds in the pools. It contains a sufficient amount to be considered sufficient to protect the pool with the various protective measures we outline. It's quite clear that all these animals, particularly the wood frogs, have much greater distances they move. And they do move, and that's where you get this whole concept of metapopulation, which remains unanswered. We don't know on this site what the ribbon snakes, what the box turtles, and what the wood frogs' connections are up and down the corridor, let alone other species that have been recorded in the corridor. For example, there's spotted turtles that have been recorded further to the north in the corridor. There are other species, and also species that are strictly terrestrial. And of course, we cannot forget that the corridor is also for plant dispersal. Mr. Logan spoke about the variety of rare plants that live on talus slopes. Again, these corridors act as dispersal routes for plants and all forms of wildlife. So by talking to conservation, we can now speak about the larger ecological picture and the ramifications that this development so placed will have. If you remember early in my testimony, I said you're at a point in time where you can determine the future of how this area of green space on the west side of Farmington Avenue is going to go forward. Is it going to be a continuation of the density and intensity that characterizes the east side of Farmington Avenue? Or are you going to look to the green belt that exists there now? Really, you're at a watershed moment, no pun intended, as to the future of this biotic corridor. This development is really critical in our understanding of what it will do, and it will do it north and south. And I don't really care if the water flows north or south. The ribbon snakes slither upstream and downstream. The wood frogs go up gradient and down gradient. The box turtles move up gradient and down gradient. The arguments that we've heard about the concentration to the south are speculative comments by the applicant to divert your attention away from the entire corridor. These animals are moving back and forth in the corridor, and this development so placed will severely disrupt those movements.
Thank you. Mr. Clemens, I have just a couple of questions. Ooh, a little feedback there, sorry. So did I hear you correctly that the best practices document is still considered to be a best practice for projects today, as opposed to just when it was issued in 2002?
Yes, it's used by the Army Corps of Engineers. It's used by many communities. There have been arguments advanced that we should factor in maybe directional factors, or maybe where there's more forest versus less grassland. The problem here is, and we've talked about this whole concept of modifying it, is once you start modifying a standard, then every application you get, people are going to be arguing to modify that standard in the favor of their project. So we have talked about this often and have come to the conclusion that keeping it in the donut-shaped rings is still in the best interest of conservation, albeit people's arguments for directional use. And I've argued against this directional use with both members on the applicant's team as well as members on our own team. But I don't accept that basically 750 feet around is the way to go, because it's a slippery slope once you start arguing which animal moves where and when. There's also this other false narrative that it all has to be forested. And certainly grassland, scrubland, all has value. What does not have value is once you replace that ground with bricks and mortar. That is a finality that occurs. So do not get seduced by, well, the forest is here and this is grassland and this doesn't look so great. Those are all arguments that are proffered continually by proponents of development to have you look the other way.
Dr. Clemens, were you and George Logan experts presented in the River Sound matter?
George and I were on opposite sides on the River Sound matter. George actually was the consultant on the Avalon Bay, Wilton versus Avalon Bay case that Mr. Hollister mentioned. What's interesting about, and I'm very, I guess, pleased, or however you want to put it, George was representing the opposition. I was representing the applicant, but my testimony actually worked against my client because my testimony is consistent from case to case. I don't vary my testimony based on who my client is. And I will never forget when I was told in River Sound by the client that your client wants you to say this. And I went back to him and said, well, last time I looked, my clients had 4 legs and crawled on their bellies. You pay the bills. But what I tell you is the same, whether I oppose you or work for you. And that's how I built my career. And I'm very proud of that.
Okay. And then just in conclusion, so with regard to this particular project and the broader conservation context, do you believe that there's a reasonable likelihood of unreasonable harm to the natural resources that you just described?
The natural resources, meaning the wetland dependent, or all the natural resources?
Now that we're talking about the broader context, I framed the question in terms of the broader context.
Well, clearly the biodiversity interconnection areas were designed to alert people that these were not areas where high intensity development should be put. Low intensity development was much more appropriate to maintain the biological connections. And this is high intensity residential development is preferable in this context to maintaining the connectivity. Realize you can't lock it all up, but there's certain forms of development that are more harmful, and certainly high intensity development such as proposed, both by the nature of its footprint and by the nature of everything that goes along with it, are much more damaging. Mr. Ainsworth, you've got to understand that it's much more than the development footprint we're talking about. We're talking about the ecological footprint. That is many orders of magnitude larger than the development footprint that has been laid out by the applicant. And certainly good conservation biology seeks to bring the development footprint more in harmony with the ecological footprint. Certainly, this is a polar opposite. If you had residential development, lower intensity development, you would still have a larger ecological footprint, but it would not be to the extent that you have now. I hope that's clear.
Okay, and to that, excuse me, to that point, are there alternatives that you've seen presented that would be, feasible and prudent alternatives that would have lesser impact than the one proposed?
I think the existing pattern of use that you see on the lower and that whole east side of Talcott Mountain would be a much more appropriate use, where you have some development, be it residences, with a lot of green space around it. If you look up, see if we can find that, which slide it is. Could you keep going? I think the other way, Shannon.
You want that one or you want?
No, well, that, we could use that one. That's fine. We use that one. Nope,
Hang on.
I'm sorry. There, stop, please.
Yes, sir.
I mean, that form of development that you see where the ribbon snake pin is, the yellow pin, you all see that? The type of development that exists to the west of that is much more conducive to maintaining connectivity than the type of development that you see to the east. Does that answer your question, Mr. Ainsworth?
That does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Ainsworth, do you have anything further? You're all set.
I think for this record, I'll make a truncated statement.
Well, you'll have a chance for that a little bit later if I follow the correct path here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There is a spot for you though. Also open it up to the applicant if they have any additional information they want to present to the commission.
Yes, Attorney Hollister here. Mr. Chairman, I think what happened after when you concluded the wetlands portion is Mr. Daly and Ms. Raymond thought they were signing off for the night. I do not have them available at this moment. I think that was probably a misunderstanding, which is why I asked the question. But by the time you said, no, we're continuing to conservation, they had signed off. So I have lost them for the night. So you know, it is late. I think I would ask that they be able to comment on the conservation portion when the hearing resumes. But I will at this point just say a couple very brief things, 2 minutes or less. Number one, I hope it's clear the Conservation Commission is not voting on a permit. You issue a report based on the criteria of the Conservation Commission that are in the town ordinances. Second, as to conservation, I hope the commission members will keep in mind the land trust conveyance that was done by my client at the start of this proceeding, 4.5 acres with direct connectivity to other land trust parcels. Let's please not forget that there's a very significant action, some 30% of the total site. It is a fact that you have in the record the Patrick Pinnell alternatives. I just see absolutely no, listening to Dr. Clements, those alternatives have all of the detriments that Dr. Clements is touting. You know, they may be somewhat smaller, but they're still development envelopes, and if we're severing environmental connections, those alternatives do. Again, the applicant cannot have it both ways. But the two most significant points, I think, from the applicant are these. Number one is Dr. Clements said it's very good that with regard to the 750 feet, that the science is now incorporated into the planning, but it's not incorporated into the law. And that's a very important point. The legislature has not seen fit to adopt the wetlands, the 750-foot vernal pool buffer. And indeed, I think if someone proposed that as state law in Connecticut, you would have a widespread revolt. So as a legal matter, the 750-foot, the vernal pool, all is still relegated to aspirational planning guide. And finally, and this again, talk about the debate that Dr. Clements and I have been having for 25 years. I've told him to his face several times that I admire him as a man of science, but where he and I part company and where he and my clients part company is where's the expression of concern about the human beings? He talks about his clients having 4 legs. I would point out that in the wetlands regulations, The second criteria for a permit is the applicant's purpose for the proposed regulated activity. The purpose here is housing for the medical community in the town of Farmington, that work in the town of Farmington, that are working 24/7 on things like pandemic response. That has to be a factor in wetlands and in conservation. And we can't simply elevate the ribbon snake above the housing needs
Yeah,
of
put her in the crate.
people who are performing.
Well, it'll be, we'll see what happens. But do you think I should, like, I'll
Excuse
take, maybe I should take
Yeah,
her out?
hang on. We gotta get everybody muted. If you're not presenting, please mute yourself. I apologize, Attorney Hollister. I think we're all set. Oh, nope, hang on.
Attorney Hollister is muted.
Attorney Hollister, you're muted. I don't know how that happened.
We should not be elevating conservation of the ribbon snake above the needs of housing for the medical community. Thank you.
Okay, Shannon, looking at the order of things,
I have an idea, Mr. Chairman, and if we can have Attorney Ainsworth and Attorney Hollister concur, we might have a solution. So I think it is late. I think just based on being receptive to the feedback that we're getting from the commission members, perhaps it is not beneficial to push forward this evening with Conservation Commission. What we could do on the evening of February 17th, which is the next meeting, we could open with Conservation Commission. That would let us finish this procedure that we're now in the middle of. It will give the commission members an opportunity to absorb a little more of what's been discussed this evening, and perhaps even better understand how this matter needs to be addressed with Conservation Commission. And then finish that out. It would allow us to then issue that report live then, and then open up the inland wetlands meeting immediately following conservation. There is nothing in our requirements that says which has to come first. And again, I believe if we have everyone's concurrence regarding the order of procedure, I would think we were clear then from that standpoint. But it would then allow us to continue both matters, and it would alleviate the sequential concern if we did wetlands and then conservation. We're continuing to push this forward perhaps unnecessarily. So if we did Conservation Commission first, close that out, issue the report, and then open up inland wetlands.
I mean, that makes sense to me, because in looking at the order that we have, we actually cannot complete some of those activities. So for example, it may be possible for the applicant to cross-examine the interveners people, but if the applicant's people aren't here, we can't complete that, and I don't want to cut that short either. So
Agreed.
That may be the best solution, to start with the conservation, finish that up, and then resume the wetland hearing. But what do the attorneys feel about that?
That's fine, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, the commission controls the order of its own proceedings, and I feel that that's certainly a fine way to deal with it.
Thank you both. It's appreciated. So we don't need to do anything to continue this in a formal motion, do we?
It's not a, yeah, I'm getting a no from Sandy. It's not a hearing. So we'll just pick it up where we left off on, on the 17th.
Yeah, because I mean, this is not a public hearing, so we should be fine.
Yep.
So do you want to do the minutes, or do you want to just wait until the next meeting when people can actually think?
Well, the minutes shouldn't be overly taxing, and then we can just close it out and be done.
Okay, so
It's from Conservation Commission meeting minutes from January 22nd.
is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Mark.
Jay, second.
Okay. Those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? So we will close this meeting at 11:10. And on the 17th, we will resume, starting with the Conservation Commission. And then
Sir.
follow that up with the continuation of the wetland public hearing, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay,
Alrighty. Okay, now we are done for the evening.